tangy, zesty fusion of Jacksonville's Asian sensation menu. So I made one up. Sensation.
That is not a word. That's a word.
You heard the lady. The Asian sensation menu. Who's got the sauce?
Open a whole new world of fascinating places and people for just $39.
Join Planet Fitness today and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month.
We are live here at the Best Bet Jacksonville for the WPT Bounty Scramble. Tony Dunst in the booth with Matt Savage. Great to see you here, Tony. Fantastic week here at Best Bet and a great final table.
Hey, Matt. Hey, everyone. Great to be here in Jacksonville. As you said, an excellent lineup for our final table today. It should be a good one. Plenty of chips around the table as well. So a very skillful 6 players at this final table. Some interesting stories as well. And I think we're going to see some great poker today.
Absolutely. I just talked about it out there with Matthew Ahern, a Florida State student, 21 years old, with $1,200 in lifetime earnings, and Byron Caverman with $21 million plus in lifetime earnings. So quite an array of skill, level, and experience here at this final table.
Yeah, I mean, what an exciting spot for the 21-year-old Matthew. I'm thinking back to the first times I went like deep in live poker tournaments when I was 20, 21 years old, and the experience of it all is just so exciting. And I don't know anything personally about his financial position, but considering what his Hendon mob is, I would guess that he is magnifying his bankroll already with the $65,000 that he is locked up, but he's playing for over $300,000, including a seat to the WPT World Championship coming up in December. So he may even parlay these winnings further if he is the true man of the moment and takes it down today.
Let's send it over to Arlie. He's going to do the final table introductions.
For the main event, he ended up with 327 players, prize pool at $1,487,000. And now we are playing to our final 6. And with that, let's introduce you to our players for the final table of the 2025 World Poker Tour Best Bet Scramble Championship event. We'll start in our 1 seat. We'll work our way around to the 6 seat. We are 6-handed for our final event today. In our 1 seat sits our current chip leader. He's from just down the road in Tallahassee, Florida. His chip count stands at 7,095,000. Please put your hands together for Connor Rash. In our 2 seat, second in chips overall right now at just over 4 million. He's from just down south in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Please give a warm welcome to Dylan Smith. In our 3 seat, hailing from Hollywood, Florida, he sits at 955,000 in chips. Please put your hands together and give a warm welcome to Jessica Dawley. To our 4 seat, directly in front of me, also from Tallahassee, a second representative from Tallahassee today at our final table. His chip count is 1,875,000. Please give a round of applause to Matt Ahern. To our 5 seat, our lone representative from outside the state of Florida. He hails from Pine City, New York. His chip count, 1,555,000. Let's put your hands together, please, for Russ Dizer. And rounding out our field, calling Ponte Vedra, Florida, home right here in the Jacksonville area. Currently our short stack, but things can change quickly around here. All of you know that. Chip count is 865,000. Please give a warm welcome to Byron Caverman.
And there he is.
Next out, 6th place is going to receive $65,000. That's the next spot out, but of course that's not what you're playing for. We're playing for our top prize today. Today, 1st place, $315,350. That includes a $10,400 seat into the WPT's World Championship at the Wynn Las Vegas. Plus, your name etched on this trophy right here. Certainly a lot to play for today, everybody. We have already gotten our button. It was already taken care of yesterday. The button is in the 4 seat with Matt. We resume play with a full 60 minutes in blind level, 20,000 small blind, 40,000 big blind, 40,000 ante. Our dealers today are Theo and Chewy. Theo is our dealer right now. Everybody, all the best today. Have a great time. Theo, shuffle up and deal.
Quite an introduction there from Arlie. Now Arlie is he's a commentator for a hockey team here locally, so he knows what he's doing up there. So great to have him as a replacement out there. I'm usually out there doing the announcements. But as we said, Byron Caverman, $21 million in earnings. He is a short stack today.
Yeah.
What do you think he's thinking about right now?
Well, I don't think he's going to try and force anything here. Like we were saying, there's a lot of chips spread around the table. Despite being the short stack, I wouldn't necessarily describe him as short stacked. I need to double check the blinds. I believe they're 20,000, 40,000.
Yes, he has 22 bigs.
He has 22 bigs. So while he might be in the territory where he is reshoving all in pre-flop, I think he's going to be pretty selective about the hands that he does that with. Dylan here, second in chips, not going to pass an opening a sort of mediocre offsuit ace on the hijack.
Connor Rash is a chip leader in seat number 1. He comes in with a massive stack, 177 bigs. He's directly to the left of Byron, so Byron will know how to handle situations like this. But as Connor, he has over 700,000 in career earnings himself, with no wins, he says.
Yeah, the 25-year-old, we were looking over his Hendon mob before we started up the commentary stream here. Technically, he won like a sit and go, I think we found, but I don't think it's like a real tournament win. So I think that's a valid claim, and he's in an incredible spot today with over 7 million in chips. We were watching him play at the final 2 tables in the drawdown day last night, and he was in a lot of pots, if you notice. Like, he was really fighting for pots. There was a while he and Dylan were roughly even in chips as the sort of co-chip leaders, and he didn't back down from playing big pots against Dylan at all. I saw him make one tremendous call on the river. It was a ace-ace-king 8-7 board, where there was a bet, and then Dylan raised the river, turning pocket 5s into a bluff with the raise. And Connor called him with king 4 of clubs for kings and aces. So, you know, not at all scared of battling Dylan in difficult pots. So we see here, he contemplates the call with 10-7 against Dylan takes 40 diamonds.
Yeah, Dylan is our defending champion from the event coming up very shortly, the Rock and Roll Poker Open. So he has a WPT title. His name is inscribed on the WPT Mike Sexton Champions Cup, as yours is as well, Tony. And we have a first flop of the final table, King, Queen, 6 with 2 hearts. Now Dylan with the ace 4 of diamonds.
Not much here for Connor. Clearly not an ideal board for Dylan, but a pretty good one for him to represent, raising from the low jack here with what should be a solid-ish range. This board should connect with the type of hands he's opening a lot, so I don't think Connor has much reason to get adventurous here. Connor, clearly not an ideal board for Dylan. A pretty good one for him to represent, raising from the low jack here with what should be a solid-ish range. Type of hands is opening a lot, so I don't think Connor has much reason. And we've got both the YouTube channels comments side by side here alongside the stream. Great setup here in Jacksonville.
Absolutely.
Sounds like some of our watchers are having a little bit of feedback problems. We'll see if we can't get that resolved for you. But excellent setup here for streaming here in Jacksonville. They essentially have like a dedicated space just for streaming final tables, cash games, things like that.
Yeah, they have a great room here. 68 tables in this room at Best Bet, and you know, definitely a home for this area of the country to have some great poker action. A lot of PLO here is played as well.
Just folding the ace-9 on the low jack on her stack size. I like that fold. I think if she were one of the larger stacks on the table, she would have a good hand to be opening there. We saw Dylan raise the ace-7 on the hijack, for example. Like the ace-9 on the low jack would get in there for either Connor or Dylan. Here, Connor with the 10-4 offsuit and small blind. Limps in. Dylan will check the jack-8. Flops trips on jack-7, 2 diamonds. Having the 10 of diamonds in his hand might inspire Connor to do a little betting here. He knows that Dylan should be a little more conservative than usual in these spots as the second chip stack up against the chip leader, but he elects to check, and I think he should avoid losing meaningful money in this pot. You never know, though. Sometimes players see that 10 of diamonds in their hand, start dreaming about their backdoors, and put in the raise. 40,000 from Dylan with the trips.
They'll take it out of your earnings. Take it out of my check.
You like that size there, Tony?
Yeah, just the one big blind sizing. I think is probably what you should bet your entire range with here. I don't know that you'd really want to split your sizing too much or even have much sizing up when, again, you're the second chip stack up against the chip leader. There's this enormous ICM pressure on you to keep pots small. So I could be mistaken, and post-flop ICM is not an area I've studied as much as I would like. If I had to guess, you literally do not do any sizing up in Dylan's shoes, even the times you have, you know, these strong trips that want some protection. Some really good combo draws. Just like playing a big bloated pot against Connor gets ugly very quickly.
Just underway here, 327 entries, prize pool 1.487 million, and first place 315,000, which includes that seat to the $10,400 WPT World Championship win Las Vegas, which we're looking very forward to. One more event in between here now and then at the Seminole Hard Rock, but it's a great start to this final table. Dylan increasing his chip stack.
Now up against Jess, blind versus blind. I think Dylan should be raising a really high percentage of hands here, and stuff like offsuit kings, all pretty ideal and natural candidate. Jess has to give up the king 3 there.
Quite quickly, they do have the action clocks in play. Players have 30 seconds pre and 30 seconds post. Those odd-shaped chips are the time extension chips. Each player had a total of 20 at this point that they could have received, and they could have accumulated. So we accumulate the chips. We do not reset them. It has been a great addition to the World Poker Tour for at least 6 years now, the action clock by Protection Poker.
Really does move things along smoothly.
It sure does. And we're 15 seconds pre on the bubble, which works quite well. Players have gotten used to it.
Yes.
And have no issue.
Yeah, I think what few players did have issue when we made the change have kind of accepted it over time and have grown to like it, I even think. I'm a big fan, you know, I think many people coming from, whether you're an online background or just like a part-time online player, these days there's not as much strict separation between a live player and an online player. Now that everyone's pretty experienced with that kind of timing, I think it works well in the live setting. And then, of course, we have the time extensions if people want some more time to think in the big moments.
I did have a couple situations that I wanted to discuss with you at some point today. It's the one chip leaving it behind there, Tony.
Yeah.
It's happening more and more. And we had a couple situations in this tournament that actually created some rulings that we had to go to the table and discuss with the players.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. All right, a pot taken down by our elder statesman at the table. And he's still a young man, but a young final table today.
It is a pretty young final table. It's good to see. Poker is starting to trend a little older. We saw a lot of conversation over the last week about changing the starting times of tournaments, moving them up to maybe 10 a.m., maybe 11 a.m., maybe not doing a dinner break and doing shorter day ones so people could be done in time to do dinners. Of course, each property has their own preferences and priorities about how much they want to get re-entry into the field, whether they have on-site dining that can support that kind of volume. But what are your thoughts overall on moving the start times of tournaments up, and especially on day ones, and then how that should ripple down into day 2, day 3?
I'm definitely a big fan of it. I've done it over the years. I've always been a fan of actually no dinner breaks, which is interesting because like I used to say when the World Poker Tour was at the LA Poker Classic, we used to have 68 events during that festival with 0 dinner breaks throughout the entire festival. No dinner breaks. And what we did was started at noon and finished after 8 levels, 8:45. We were out, and in LA you can have dinner a little bit later, so it was a good compromise. But even moving it earlier, like we did at day 1-1, a 10 a.m. start time, we were done at 6:45 at night without a dinner break, giving people plenty of time to get out and do those things. And I think it's a trend that I've always been in favor of, and hopefully with Seth Davies speaking up about it, we'll have some more discussion about it, and some more will be doing some things about it.
So we got our pot brewing here. Connor opening the 10-8 of diamonds. Russ calling the king deuce of clubs in the big blind. Both players with on 6-6-4. Really Connor the one with the backdoor draws here, and as the aggressor, it's a board that is better for the big blind than the range of hands he's going to be opening, but I suspect Connor is still going to continuation bet at a very high frequency here and trust that Russ is not going to check raise as aggressively as some other players. These paired boards, especially the like low and middling paired boards, for the big blind are mostly continued as a check raise when we have a playable hand. Russ, though, with the king deuce of clubs, does not have one here, and so Connor further pads his chip lead. And yeah, I really think the 10 a.m. start time, no dinner break, will be a welcome change in the future. As more players are willing, more places are willing to adopt it and players give positive feedback about it. I feel that, you know, for people who don't want to start poker until noon, 1 p.m., you can, of course, still come in late reg. A lot of players might prefer to miss the first couple of levels.
Right. And, you know, I'm also in favor of something that wasn't brought up. It was starting a little bit shallower because I think that actually makes it for a better structure. And it gets people to show up earlier. I think that's another thing. And shorter registration, something we've been talking about as well. So a lot of topics to come up next year at the TDA Summit, which we're going to have again next summer at some point in Las Vegas. So
interesting spot here quickly. Connor raised the ace-6 under the gun. Not surprisingly, very active in his opening. And Dylan right behind forced to fold Jack-10 of diamonds. Kind of hand where if you're not under such intense ICM pressure, you can often find ways to get involved there. But I really like the snug fold that he makes there. I don't think there's like a really clear path to proceeding. A lot of the time that you want to see a flop in Dylan's shoes, it's with a 3-bet. You'd much rather have high blockers to do that type of thing with like a suited ace, for example. So a very good adaptation to fold the Jack-10 of diamonds. And a nice snug fold here from Byron as well. Again, earlier in a tournament, when we have 2 suited cards facing a min-raise or somewhere close to that in the big blind, we're going to call essentially any suited combination. But at a final table, when we have these suited, highly gapping cards, we're under so much pressure that we don't actually want to go to the flop and make a second pair, make a flush draw, lose a decent chunk of our chips, face a river jam that puts us in a really murky tournament life decision. And so you see much tighter folding with these middling suited type hands like the 9-4 clubs that Byron just folded.
you missed a spot there, Tony. Russ folded the 6-7.
Oh, yeah, I guess I'll leave the what's now become a dad joke to you.
I don't know, man. I don't get it. Not at all.
I saw some commentary on that this week. That somebody on Twitter was saying, you know what, I really like the 6-7 joke meme because there's no context to it. It's something that all the kids can participate in. So it's like a very inclusive joke is what they were basically arguing. Is that, you know, kids of all ages and backgrounds can get in on the 6-7 action and just yell it at each other.
All right, Byron, our short stack here with ace king of diamonds is looking to get involved.
You know, on his stack size, I think he should raise, but trapping with a limp up against Connor is pretty viable too. It's believable that you would do some limp folding here, and so with some of your very strongest hands, limping as a trap makes a lot of sense. I also think these big suited ace combos also play pretty well as a raise, and maybe you would limp stuff more like ace-king off. Let's see what Byron does.
And he did go through a time extension. So
he did.
Taken 30 seconds. So there is some
There's
strategy.
a decision to be
yes.
made. Yeah, absolutely. Byron really taking his time with this limp or raise decision, though. Oh, he shoved.
Did move all in.
Oh, and he's going to get a
Connor.
call, too. Wow, Connor wakes up with 10s.
Wow. Connor with 51% as we see here. Byron Caverman,
I'm surprised he shoved, honestly.
our most experienced player here.
Yeah.
With ace king, could be our first elimination if the board runs out. Clean for Connor Rash. Oh, we got a king right in the window here. No diamonds. King 9-3 on the flop.
Backdoor hearts and a backdoor straight draw for Connor, but obviously drawing quite thin.
It's never easy.
An interesting card, though. All right.
Never easy.
6 outs going into the river. And a queen in 10. And it is an ace, so top 2 for Byron.
Byron Kevin does double up. We got rid of those dollar signs for those of you asking. Yeah, that was a big pet peeve of mine. So thank you for doing that, the team here. It's definitely a thing. Yes. They are playing with chip stacks. Everybody started with 50,000 in chips, and now we're to the final table.
Honestly, if Byron was going to raise, I'm a little surprised he didn't induce and make it something like 100, 110K. I think he's going to want to have some raise folds there, and using our very strongest hands as induces or even limps. I'm a little surprised he just went open jam with the ace-king suited.
But it works out.
It does.
And now he's doubled up. And now he's dangerous.
And of course, there can always be some history there where maybe earlier on in the playdown, he was caught, especially by Connor, jamming particularly wide from the small line. And so maybe Connor would call a little bit wider than usual. And especially as our chip leader, he can basically call
and
as wide as anyone.
Do you think the timing that he did there maybe, I mean, it didn't matter because Connor had the 10s, but maybe the amount of time that he took there?
Before jamming?
Yeah.
Well, look, with Connor's hand, he's never doing anything but calling. I really think no matter what happens there from Byron, Connor ends up trying to get the money in pre-flop. Yeah. ICM's tricky because also, like, if you limp and you get jammed on, yes, of course you're calling ace-king suited, but you never really want to be, like, calling off under ICM as the one at risk of busting. However, when you're the shortest stack at the table and like the clear shortest stack, there is less penalty for making that kind of move and more reward for making an induced play that gets your opponent to put all the chips in behind.
King Jack versus King Queen here on a flop of Ace King 7. Both players flop kings, but Matthew Ahern with the Jack as a kicker and Dylan with the Queen. Also with 2 hearts. Dylan does have the Queen of Hearts. Difficult spot here for Matt Ahern 60 as he continues here betting 60,000. What do you like here for Dylan?
I like a call. I do not think he has the type of hand that should be raising. He should do very, very little raising here at all. On Ace King 7, it's just so favorable to the raiser Matthew, who should have a pretty snug range, really centered around ace and king high hands.
9 on the turn, and he checks it right away, does Matthew Ahern. Excuse me, that was Dylan that checked. Dylan under the gun here.
Nice check behind there from Matt. I don't think there is more value to be had by betting, and he should be somewhat polar on that turn. Like, he's going to bet some of his combo draws. You know, sometimes he's going to have like the queen jack of spades of the world and wants to bet that as well. And then really strong hands, sets, 2 pairs, strong ace highs, ace x of clubs.
Another check here from Dylan.
Yep, I don't think there's more value to be had. And I like the check behind from Matthew. I would at least contemplate turning my hand into a bluff. It's probably too thin. It's just really nice when you block 2 pair and you block the like Jack 10 that peeled the flop with the gut shot and got there to the backdoor straight. I think probably betting King 10 as a bluff makes a little more sense than King Jack, because King Jack can check behind and win sometimes. Whereas King 10, it's a little tougher to do that. You're really, really hoping that Dylan has like 7-6 suited and then didn't turn his weak pair into a bluff on the river.
Back to the comments about the earlier starts. Chester says you're going to have nobody showing up for the tournaments. You're going to ruin poker if you go to 10 a.m. starts. That we're already losing play with early starts. I don't believe that. The comments that we were getting from most players is that people enjoyed the fact that we were having 10 a.m. starts, but of course there are going to be some that don't.
Yeah. I also think that day 2 and beyond should be noon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my personal take. Especially because as you get deeper in tournaments, it is very tough to sleep. And just to wind down at night.
And my comment is I prefer always to have a 12-hour turnaround. So if you're ending at midnight, I want noon start. If you're ending at you know, 9 a.m. or 9 p.m., I'm okay with a earlier start.
Okay.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah. Yeah, let's say you start the tournament at 10 a.m. on 1A. I think it's some amount of pushing it back, day 2, day 3, is going to be well received, whether you say 11 a.m. or noon. I would personally just lean towards noon. There's also just like a lot of precedent set around that. Everyone kind of associates day 2, see it noon, you know?
Yeah. Are you in the shorter registration time camp, as I am?
I don't have a strong take there, but I certainly don't mind the idea of reducing registration. I think the people who would mind the most are properties who want to generate huge prize pools, and I would understand why they would mind starting to cut back on registration duration. And then, you know, when you get lower prize pools, players get a little less excited. So they say, oh, I want less reg, and, you know, it's going to be easier to play down the tournament. It's going to go a little bit faster. But in practice, as prize pools get smaller, I wonder if people are actually happy about that. Put it that way. What do you think?
I just, you know, I've just been a fan of it. Of course, I was the one that kind of started re-entry.
Yeah.
But I'm a fan of less of it. How about that?
Yeah.
I don't want every tournament to be multiple re-entry, and I think that the modern poker tournament scene has gone to mostly unlimited re-entry.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not a fan of. Okay, Byron here, raising to 80,000 with King Jack, and Connor behind with Ace 3.
I think another alteration to consider is keep late reg open just as late, but say in many tournaments, 1 re-entry per day.
Right.
Also a good solution.
I'm a fan with that. And our championship event, I'm also a fan of that as well.
Yeah.
Which is just a single bullet per day. And there's 3 starting flights, but you can enter 3 times only.
Interesting 3-bet from Connor here. Just on the cutoff with the Ace-3 of offsuit up against Byron's King-Jack. I think that Byron will be handcuffed here and unable to proceed. I'd be a little surprised if this is the hand he chooses to take a stand and, you know, move it in pre-flop or something.
Have you played a lot with Byron?
In the past, yes. He hasn't been around as much in the United States.
Okay.
You and I spoke about that the other day. He's mostly been playing in Europe the last few years, and from what we understand, he's moved to the Jacksonville area and started a family.
Yeah.
But obviously a guy who was on the WPT, traveled the WPT for quite a long time, I would say between 2010, 2020-ish in that territory.
This is his 4th final table.
His 4th final table.
Yeah.
He has a tremendous resume, you know, really one of the better tournament players of his generation. Just done super well. Not surprising that he's having success in his backyard. I like the fold with the King-Jack. And the Ace-3 3-bet to me is interesting. It's one of those spots where I'm not sure if you looked at things in equilibrium, if you just put it into a solver, it would say, yeah, like 3-bet the Ace-3 there some percent of the time. Maybe it would, because it really does like using like high-low aces for 3-bets to put ICM pressure on people. I don't know if it would do it in those positions, but in Connor's shoes with this big chip lead, he may feel that the table is going to play tight and relinquish pots to me until proven otherwise. And so I'm going to take full advantage of that and fight people for pots until they stop me.
Right. Louis' hands, Ace-Jack versus Ace-Jack here. 80,000 raised by Connor and called by Dylan. That's folding the 9-4 and Russell with Ace-8.
So this is a good example of a spot where if somebody's not as experienced with ICM, they'll often call. If you study ICM poker a lot, you learn that you have to fold these offsuit aces when there's like a raise and a call under a lot of ICM pressure. And honestly, even if it was something like Byron raised and it's around to Russ, you're supposed to do a lot of folding with these like middling offsuit aces. And we see exactly why here. He's going to the flop, dominated against 2 players that cover him. So this is like potential disaster if he makes his top pair and ends up losing a chunk of his chips here. He's probably going to avoid that fate on Queen 3 deuce. But worth pointing out that a hand that in most situations is very playable here in the big blind is actually like a real trouble hand under these conditions.
Him holding the ace of diamonds.
But just
change things for you.
Ace-8 offsuit,
Yes.
Ace-7 offsuit, Ace-6 offsuit. Those are bad hands in this situation, and usually pretty good hands.
But the fact that he has the ace of diamonds here doesn't turn this into where he may turn the tables. Just being out of position, too.
It's going to be tough because, as we see, there is not a real natural path to getting to the turn unless you want to call ace high with a backdoor here up against two players who cover you. Wouldn't recommend that. I think the times that he can use the ace of diamonds to check raise bluff here, he should have a 4 or a 5 in his hand.
Okay.
So he has the immediate gut shot, and if he turns a diamond, he can empty the clip and really try and rep that he has the ace high flush in a spot where his opponent will be quite lacking in diamond flushes because his ace high 1 is blocking a lot of the calls that you would make pre-flop, and so now your opponent needs to have something very specific like king jack, king 10 of diamonds.
Okay, he's considering it because he's thrown out a time extension.
Well, I'm hoping he doesn't call if he continues. Raising would be interesting, but calling is quite problematic.
You hear that,
There
Tony
we
does
go.
make the correct fold here. We're still at 6 players. Ron, welcome to the chat here. We are seeing the chat. If you have anything to say, go ahead and throw it out there. Tony and I will try and answer any questions that you might have about this event or anything on the World Poker Tour coming up.
Dylan here, gonna see the turn. Thin decision without a diamond in his hand, but doesn't want to give it up to Dylan so easily. And finds jack on the turn that will probably lead to both players getting to showdown. I don't think that Dylan will be very inspired to bet again with a hand that's very way ahead, way behind, and will fold all the worse hands that Connor could have. And he will check behind. And we might see something like a block on the river. Oh, especially with the queen, actually. Now we might see Connor size up a little bit. I wonder what his sizing would be. But at this juncture, he probably believes his hand is best. You can't bomb it, because then it's really tough to get called by worse. Although, you could bet sizable, but you wouldn't want to, like, pot it or over-pot it, I don't think. $5K buy-in in this one, Gibby.
Always interesting to me when players have the same hand.
Yeah. If I had to guess, Connor is going to bet somewhere around third or half pot, and Dylan is going to say, okay, that's a fair price and call.
Connor, 25 years old.
Well, looks like he's going to bet 400K, I believe. So he feels his hand is worth more than the blocker territory. He thinks it's pretty likely to be best. And that is the sizing that, as you can see, has created some indifference in Dylan. I suspect, considering how loose Connor has been, Dylan will still call this. He does beat a number of bluffs. And he does make the call, so we'll chop it up.
Ace Jack versus Ace Jack. And Russ happy to see that got out of the way there.
I had one of those.
You didn't even like the call before the flop, though.
Aces.
With the AC
With the
offsuit.
ace,
No, I do not. I think it's, yeah, the type of call that if you study poker in general, you'd be like, yeah, I got to call ace-8 in the big blind against a raise and a call. But if you start looking at final table scenarios, you realize, oh my goodness, like I'm supposed to fold maybe as high as like ace-10 offsuit some of the time. Like you really, especially when there's a raise and a call in front of you, do not want to be over-calling much in the way of offsuit aces, because the possibility of going to the flop, being dominated, paying off multiple streets with top pair is so disastrous. There's this like this huge priority on suitedness and hands that are unlikely to make something of quality that is also dominated.
And an amateur like me says, I'm priced in. It's only 40,000
Right.
more. There's
Yeah.
this much in the pot.
Basically, in most poker scenarios, you would be right. I'm priced in, I'm getting good odds. Let's see what happens. In ICM poker, your mindset, unless you're like the chip leader, should generally be one of risk avoidance. Like early in poker, it should be risk tolerance. Okay, cool, let's get in there. At final tables, in bubble scenarios, final two tables, your mindset is mostly like risk avoidance, risk mitigation. And so making that call with ace-8, which creates some risk that you make a second best hand, pay off 1 to 2 streets, is really problematic.
These players have earned at least $65,000 to get first place, $315,000.
Yeah.
So the pay jumps are substantial. And now Matthew getting a little frisky here with the Jack-6 offsuit.
Yeah, and a little bit of his inexperience showing this is not the kind of hand that we should be raising when we have this risk avoidance pressure on us as a medium or lower stack. Even on the button, if you feel like, you know, Russ and Byron are going to be somewhat handcuffed and play a little more conservative, Jack-6 offsuit is nowhere near good enough to get in there. And look, you're raising it into the big blind of the best player on the table. It's not like this is the pushover. And Byron, with an easy decision, 3-bets the kings. Matthew with the Jack-6.
Maybe missing out on school today. He's an FSU student.
What better reason to miss class? I've got to play a final table for $300K. Sorry, I can't make it today. I remember once when I was a student, I won a package to go play a tournament in Singapore. And so when I told my professors, like, hey, I got to be gone for a week next week, they're like, oh, yeah, why is that? I'm like, I have to go to Singapore. Like, that was so beyond their scope of what they expected that they were like, well, then it must be important. You should go, you know. It'd be one thing if I was like, I got to go to, you know, the Chicago area and play a poker tournament. But I was like, I have to go to Singapore and play a poker tournament. They're like, oh, my God, opportunity of a lifetime.
I was at that event.
You're at that event, were you? Yeah, okay. Dave as well, I think, was, right?
Lane,
yeah.
Yeah.
I punted my chips to Tony G. It's like the second major live poker tournament I ever played. Good times.
All right. Finally, Jessica's going to get involved here, and she's just shoving all in with ace-queen.
Well, certainly we want to raise the ace-queen, but I do think with 19 blinds, we shouldn't have an open jamming range at all, whether that's with ace-queen suited, ace-king off, pocket 10s, pocket jacks that may feel like natural hands to jam. I think, again, under the ICM pressure of a final table, we want to leave ourselves room to raise and get away, to play small pots, to not risk our entire stack all at once. And so 19 blinds is just going to be too heavy, too many chips to try and take down the 2.5 that we get for making that move. And especially large suited aces like an ace-queen suited has a nice playability going to the flop. So those would be some of the last hands that even when we get in that like 13-ish, 14-ish blind territory, I would look to open jam as opposed to maybe something like a queen-jack suited, which can force better hands to fold, or maybe like an ace-5 suited, same situation, has a lot of equity when called, but can force some better hands to fold as well.
All right, Matthew Ahern now with aces, and it's going to go the same way here. King 4 of hearts for Russell. He lets it go. 5-4 is gone. 7 deuce for Connor. Queen-jack now. Dylan, our only WPT champion here at the final table with Queen-jack. Going to make the call.
Dylan, a tremendously successful pro, especially in the Florida area. Doesn't find too much on 10-7-3. You know, 2 overcards and a backdoor straight draw. But if Matthew makes a sizable bet here, don't think that Dylan should continue. And in Matthew's shoes, you know, you can of course choose the small sizing as much as you like, but a board to consider sizing up a little bit in the like half pot territory. He goes with 60K. Dylan thinking about whether he can find a way to continue there and opts not to with the 3 straight.
Back to Jessica shoved. It's her first pot that she was involved with. Do you think that has anything to do with it? Don't you want to get your first I would want to get my first pot at the final table. I don't want to keep blinding out and feel like I haven't won anything. And
I really don't think at 19 blinds you are at much risk of blinding out. You have a long time with 19 blinds, and that's why I say we really shouldn't have an open jamming range. It's essentially saying, look, you've got plenty of time to both find a hand and to wait out the possibility of somebody making a mistake and busting in front of you, or getting coolered and busting in front of you. And a lot of the value in ICM is acquired by patience, essentially waiting, giving the opportunity to your opponents to take on a lot of risks that they should not take. And so, yeah, the ace-queen suited, like, it's kind of a disaster there when ace-queen suited gets called by the pocket tens of the world, and all of a sudden you're flipping in a spot where maybe if you raise, your opponent just calls pre-flop, or 3-bet small and you have a decision to make.
Connor here with queens.
Up against Dylan with the 7s, who I expect to call, and he does. These guys are quite deep pre-flop, and so Dylan is afforded the room to do a decent amount of calling out of the small blind. He also does not want to bloat the pot, as we talked about. And on King 3, Dylan's going to have to lose some chips here. Pretty good board for his hand. Pretty good board for Connor to represent. Maybe Dylan will get fortunate, and the turn will be something like an ace or a jack that will make folding easier. But right now, especially with the dynamic between him and Connor, this is setting up for a costly pot. The check behind from Connor, a little surprising, and might prevent Dylan from losing some chips in this pot. With the 3 on the turn, though, I don't think so. You know, now 7s feels like a massive hand. The queens are pretty well disguised. I think of the hands Connor could have checked back here, though, queens with the queen of spades in your hand is quite a good one. Very well protected hand.
So now with Dylan betting here.
Yeah, I think that Connor is going to call. And if we get a safe river, I think Dylan will probably value bet again.
Oh my
that's not a safe river, but he will be value betting.
Still 1-7 remaining. The other 7 had already been out.
You know, it's funny, though, because if Connor ever checks back a king, and I don't know that he does, he probably just pure bets the kings because he's going to pure bet a lot of air. Like, Dylan can bet big here, but he can't go nuclear. There's still an outside chance that he's beaten by a superior boat. So, yes, he does bet big, 600K. But it's not like he 3x pots it or something crazy. He knows it's very unlikely Connor would check back a king here, and has done so. And if I'm Connor, I'm not very happy about this. But I would probably end up calling. Especially because King-Queen is the offsuit combo of a king that Dylan is most likely to call pre-flop. Maybe he calls some King-Jack, maybe not. I'm not exactly sure how he would play that spot. But having 2 queens in your hand, quite a relevant blocker. Certainly feels like you're cooked facing a bet of that size, but once you check back the flop and you get this run out, I think you're pretty committed to calling down if something crazy doesn't happen, and yeah, 600K isn't that crazy.
That is a tough one to see there for Connor.
Nothing he could have done, though. Well played hand by both parties, in my opinion.
Three properties here for Best Bet. They have another one in Orange Park and in St. Augustine. So they've got a pretty good grip on the poker action here in northern Florida.
You know, next time we're here, we ought to check out St. Augustine. That is the oldest city in America.
It is?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
And do you know that Jacksonville is the largest city?
I do, yeah. By landmass, it is.
Yeah. Interesting. In the continental United States. Not in the United States.
Is there some crazy Alaskan city that's enormous by landmass? Anchorage or something?
This is the 4th biggest.
What?
Yes, in the United States. 4th biggest.
What the hell's going on in Alaska?
They have a lot of big area cities.
I see.
Anchorage, Juneau, and I don't remember the fourth one, the third one. There's 3 that are bigger in Alaska. Only in continental United States.
I'm okay with that, I think.
Jessica now with the 7s. She's up against 8s for Dylan. And 5-4 for Russell, who raised to 90,000 with 5-4 of diamonds.
Yeah, this is, ooh,
Oh boy.
this is interesting. Russ, a little out of pocket here with the 5-4 suited. Not the kind of hand we want to raise with 18 blinds on the low jack under a lot of ICM pressure. You want to have stuff like ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited. Having blockers the big priority here.
And what are you doing if you're Dylan? You know that.
Now that is a decision.
Yes.
Very close decision for Dylan. I think if he had 10s, he would have a clear call. 9s, pretty confident call, and 8s is your decision hand.
It is another 685,000 call, and he has 5.3 million.
With the dead money in there, it wouldn't shock me if he tells himself that Jess has a lot of overcards and feels a little bit priced into calling.
Players are using their time extensions, giving them another 30 seconds in the pot.
Really murky, close decision for Dylan, though. Yeah,
He
you
does
see him
make the
shaking his
call.
head. He's going to love the result. Disaster for Jess Dolly. Nice call from Dylan there. I imagine the price is what convinced him. A little bit of dead money from Russ. Made it tempting, so he is way ahead here. Chance to score our first elimination. And on Queen 8-6, Jess now needs running spades or running straight. And with the ace of clubs on the turn, she is drawing dead. And so Jessica Dolly, recently out of retirement, had an excellent run both in this tournament and in the last 5 tournaments she's played. I believe she said she final tabled 3 of them, so happy to see Jess having success on the felt again. Nice run in this tournament.
65,000 to take home for this work. Next prize is 85,000. Great week for Jessica Dolly. Nice to see her back again. A new mother. She's been
and she spoke about that in her interview last night about how she's come out of retirement, played a little bit, but also it's very tough to be away from the family. And that she's going to use the money to remodel her bathroom, which I was looking into remodeling my shower recently, and I've become aware how expensive that is.
Is it?
The shower, and I don't have some crazy fancy house yet. The shower quotes ranged between about 13 and 20,000.
Oh,
yeah, from 3 different assessors. Byron with the ace-7 of diamonds. That's a good enough hand to get involved here.
Raised to 80.
he's raised to 80,000. Matthew folds.
Oh.
Russ now with jacks.
Now they're 30 blinds effective. Do you think that Russ moves all in, 3-bets not all in, or calls?
I feel like he's going to call, but I don't think he should.
I think that he should 3-bet.
280.
He does.
I like the sizing he's chose here. He should have some 3-bet folds at these stack sizes, and I think that jacks are just good enough to induce. I don't know. It gets really murky under ICM out of the big blind. You do like a shocking amount of calling with pairs like jacks and queens under ICM pressure, but I think they're shallow enough that the jacks probably just want to build the pot here and 3-bet.
And Byron will get away from this, I think. Yeah.
But big blind 3-betting under ICM is very funky stuff, and in many spots you'll see a chart that says that you 3-bet like aces, kings, some ace-king suited, and like a little bit of ace-2 offsuit, ace-3 offsuit, and like that is it. You know, pocket queens are calling a bunch in the big blind facing an open under many ICM high-pressure scenarios, so it really distorts poker in a counterintuitive way.
Tony, we need to talk about the WPT Live app. We have a drawing today at 5 o'clock.
Yes, we do.
Eastern time.
Well, we're giving away 4 seats, actually, to the 1100 WPT Prime Championship at Wynn Las Vegas, and one of those is happening today. Now, here's how you enter. Download the WPT Live app. You can either do that on the App Store iOS or the Play Store on Android. Complete the registration process, including your full name, your verified email address, sign the player release form.
That is the key.
That is the key. Make sure you do that. And the deadline to enter is the 3rd of December, 2025, for the last drawing. You'll be automatically entered. You have to be 21 years of age, of course, to gamble in Las Vegas. We're going to have 4 drawings, one of them today. But the first is on Tuesday, November 18th at 5 p.m. Eastern. That's the one today. Then we have another on the 25th of November, another on December 3rd, and finally on December 4th. So you could just win your way right into the Prime, cruise on in there, maybe take down $1 million in that tournament, and all you had to do was click a couple of buttons on our app, and you'll be signed up, so everything goes smoother for you when you're with us at the Wynn.
Yes, the WPT Live app. Go ahead and download it today. First drawing happens at 5 o'clock. We'll announce that winner right here on the live stream.
90.
Byron now all in with ace queen.
Yep. For about 31, 32 blinds. And up against Connor, I like that play. Connor is going to be opening so wide, and the hands that we do reshove all in with around that stack size, ace queen is one of the most prominent, one of the go-to hands that when we're like, okay, I got about 30 blinds, do I just rip this in here? What hands am I using? It's often like ace queen, some pocket tens, sometimes like a weird funky suited connector like a queen jack or a jack 10 suited.
Raise to 80. Fold.
Dylan's raising to 80 with 10-8 of hearts. Russ with ace-6 of hearts on the button.
And this is the kind of spot I think Rush should do some 3-betting. These middling suited aces are some of our go-to 3-bet bluffs.
And he does raise to 215.
Beautiful play from Russ. Excellent hand selection.
And now Connor in the big blind with king queen offsuit.
Now, he's going to size everybody up, especially Russ, but I think it would be very ambitious to put more money in with king queen at this stage of the hand.
And he does the right thing and lets it go, as does Dylan. And Russ, I think, takes down his second pot here at the final table.
Nice hand from Russ there.
Russ, our only player here from outside of the state of Florida, currently living out in New York. I see Josh Gwindon in the chat. He's the Club WPT ambassador, and you guys had a Club WPT dinner the other night, did you not?
We did. I had one in San Jose, not here. I was not in Jacksonville yet. I was traveling that day. Vince went with the club qualifiers this time around, I believe.
Vince Van Patten went, and yeah, we did have a free ticket here to the Massive Championship event that's going to be coming up. No sign up today at clubwpt.com. There is no purchase necessary. Take your game to the next level at Club WPT.
Call. Option.
Connor limping there. Calls another 20,000 with Jack 9 up against 9-7 for Dylan. And the flop is ace, king, and an 8.
Neither player really connects, but with the 3 straight and on a board that should somewhat favor Connor. Excuse me. Dylan has a 3 straight, but Connor is the one that the board favors a little bit. He will start the betting. Dylan with the 3 straight expects Connor to bet at a very high frequency on this flop and is not going to give up so easily. Queen on the turn will give Connor a gut shot.
Connor, of course, was hoping to take that down with the bet on the flop. Now what do you do, Tony?
You double barrel some frequency.
200,000.
When you pick up the gut shot on the turn, you need to barrel some of the time and actually follow through with the triple because you block the Jack 10. Can't do it every single time. You have a Jack or a 10 in your hand just because you've picked up some equity and blast off. But you need to do it some of the time. And I think as the chip leader up against somebody who is second in chips, maybe you lean towards going for it a little bit more. However, you need to account for the fact that Dylan will also check stronger pre-flop than he would earlier in a tournament. A lot of the time he has medium strength hands that would raise early in the tournament. Now he's just going to check, go to the flop, and so he's made more top pair combos. He's made more a pair plus gut shot along with your hand type combos. So he's going to get pretty sticky there.
Press now becoming a little more active now. King 9 of diamonds. Raises to 90,000, and Byron with ace queen of clubs.
You know, we don't get to do a lot of calling in Byron's shoes, but this is the type of hand I think does call some percent of the time. You know, the suited ace 10 through ace queen suiteds of the world, some king queen suited, sometimes king jack suited, some pairs, some middling pairs. Nope, he's just going to go ahead and 3-bet.
Russ doesn't look like he likes it.
Which
Connor with 7-3. He's out. Dylan 10-7 of diamonds. Also fold.
Yeah, you
Back
really,
now to Russell.
unless you're on the button, you really do not do a lot of calling pre-flop on final tables. Doesn't mean you do 0, but you don't do much. So I'm not terribly surprised to see Byron opt for the 3-bet here.
So 10 seconds that he doesn't need it. Russell folds. You can see some frustration in Russell's face here.
Yeah, he's up against some very tough opponents. They're not letting him see too many flops.
We do need to talk about the WPT Club Gold Mystery Quest event.
I've been playing that a lot.
Have you?
Actually, I've been playing it every single Sunday and some of the other flights. So happy to break it down for you as to how it works, what the prizes are. It's basically a $100 buy-in, 500K guaranteed tournament, 100 chip buy-in, you know, on Club Gold, where you play down to 5% of the field in that first flight. After that, you're in the money in the tournament. That leads to a day 2, I believe, on December 12th. Is it December 12th?
Yeah, you want to let us know yours too?
Is the day 2?
Yeah, I believe that.
I believe so.
We'll
And
verify that, but yes, I
yeah.
believe that to be correct.
That 5% of the field that comes back for the day 2 plays down to 100 players. At that point, the tournament is paused and picks back up for a live day 3 at the Wynn with tons of added prizes. Club WPT Gold is adding 1.5 million in mystery bounties for the people who reach that point. And there's a second 500K chance raffle featuring 100K WPT ambassadorship, $10,400 WPT World Championship seats, prime seats. I mean, and every mystery quest buy-in gets a raffle ticket into that secondary prize pool. So It is an awesome, awesome promo.
Yep.
Super
100
fun.
people live at the win.
I got really close to making the day 2 this last Sunday. I busted this tournament here in Jacksonville. You know, I came over here, watched some football, hung out for a while, and then I went back to the hotel, played on Club WPT Gold, and that was the last tournament I registered for the day. And I want to say 42 players made it to the top 5%. We got down to like 50, and I busted in some, you know, normal that's poker kind of way, but I was almost there, and I want to make it deep in that thing so bad.
$2 million added.
It's like it's such an awesome tournament, especially for a $100 buy-in, and it's doing pretty well so far. There have been thousands of players, but I still feel like people aren't quite aware what an incredible promo this is, how much money is being added to the pool, and the fact that you can get in on it for just like $100 plus that secondary raffle, like just tons and tons of value in that thing. And if you go deep, you know, usually, Matt, if you go deep, take this WPT Jacksonville, look at the quality of opponent that you're up against when you're playing for all the big money. If you go deep in this crazy $100, you know, crapshooty tournament, and then it's a mystery bounty element where you're drawing for the huge prizes, like there's a much less skillful player pool that you're up against, and a lot more luck involved at the end, you know, for the big prizes. So just an incredible opportunity. So I'll be right back in there on Sunday, man.
.com. Yeah, check it out. Sounds great. The mystery quest. All right. Connor has raised $80,000 with Jack 9 offsuit, and Byron now with Ace Queen makes the call. This is what you expected with his last Ace Queen, and this time he does make the call.
Yeah, well, no, not quite. He's played 3 now, and this is the second one in a row he's faced a raise from Connor in the big blind with Ace Queen. Last time he had 30 blinds, he just reshoves all in, like the play. Now with 40, he's gotten a little too deep for that kind of play. His hand a bit too good to turn into a 3-bet fold. I think he should use more offsuit low aces like we talked about. Ace Queen now becomes a call. His Ace Queen suited up against Russ. I'm a little surprised he didn't call pre-flop, but as I said, in that cutoff versus hijack position, we do very little calling pre-flop. So Byron continues to play really, really well. No surprise in that. I like this bet from Connor on the Ace-King-10 board that really does favor his raising range, even when it's extra loose, as we see with the Jack-9 offsuit. But this is setting up beautifully for Byron right now, having somewhat slow played the Ace-Queen. I don't really think it is like a true slow play, but it feels a little disguised.
And he does make the call one more time. Turn card is a second king. Byron checks again.
You know, that'll mostly slow Connor down, but he gets to barrel that card as a bluff sometimes, and having the Jack of Diamonds in your hand, not the worst, consider the double barrel here, but often on that board pairing card, we'll see him check behind.
Does it make a difference that it's Byron that he's in the hand?
300 for the one.
Not significantly. If anything, I think Byron might make a few more disciplined folds on this turn than maybe a less experienced player at the table. I like the barrel from Connor here with the Jack-9. I think we do need the double barrel bluff some of the time to balance it with the many times we actually have very strong hands. So this is a good candidate, the Jack-9-0. If we somehow get raised off our hand, which is probably never happening, it really doesn't lose very much by just having to give up. We can see Byron here with the Ace-Queen actually has quite a strong hand. But at least genuinely thinking about this, I don't think he's going to give up yet, Matt. I think his hand's a bit too good.
Did go through a time extension here.
Yeah.
He makes the call.
Nice call.
And a 10 on the river. Wow.
Again, you know, you're mostly not going to go for it, but you need to some of the time, and you have a reasonable hand to make that attempt with, holding the Jack-9.
There are situations here where it possibly could be a split pot, I guess, right?
Hard to concoct. Trying to think how that would work.
Yeah.
I don't think Byron's calling like 9s on the turn. Or Connor should absolutely triple barrel some of the time here. What that frequency is, I just don't know.
And if he does,
it's probably an all-in. You're basically saying I have kings full, or I have ace-king. Byron only has just over pot to play, so I think when you bet here, it's all in. He looks like a man who's going to check. Yeah, there's the white flag.
Byron's going to love that check. He wouldn't have loved an all-in there.
He would not have loved an all-in.
He would probably have to fold there, right?
Yeah, I think the Queen of Diamonds is not an ideal card to have in your hand facing that all-in, because some of the hands that your opponent would barrel and then empty the clip with are going to be Queen-High Diamond draws.
Those white chips are 100Ks. The they call them bumblebees are 25K, and then the gray chips are 5Ks. Lines are 2040, maybe 2550 at this stage. I believe there's 2550. Yeah, that's correct. Alec Rome says that a 100K ambassadorship is the kind of dream for people who picked up poker back in the early 2000s. It's pretty sick. It is pretty sick.
It is pretty sick, and I think it's a really cool promo. I mean, these days, there's no real clear path to being a poker ambassador unless you just, run up a huge social media following. Right. So it still gives people a chance to live the poker dream.
Yes, it is 25 and 50,000, but that 50,000 big blind ante, which does not reduce at final tables. The winner does not get to keep the huge trophy, but they do get their name inscribed in it, like Tony Dunst has as well. Unlike Sexton Champions Cup, you do get a replica trophy shipped to your house. And Russell now with that ace-8 we talked about earlier. This time he's on the button with it. Dylan raises to 100,000 with the Jack-10 suited. Russell folds, and Byron lets the 6-7 go, and Connor now with 9-6. He makes the call. Flop is ace, king, 10. Dylan flops a pair and a straight draw. Connor with 9-6. And Connor checks. Dylan now continues. Bet 70,000. Dylan is our chip leader, and Connor, who started the day with a chip lead, lets it go. Dylan increases his chip lead.
Do we need you guys to announce? Okay. We'll have a break at the end of this level, everybody, okay? Break at the end of the level.
Players are playing hour-long levels. This is the second level of the day. You just heard Arlie in the background say they're going on break at the end of this level. I think there's still about 45 minutes left in it. Matthew with ace-5 lets it go. Russell now with queen-9. Byron with king jack suited.
Raise 115.
He raises to 115. deuce of diamonds go.
Why don't you start with?
Started with about 2.1.
Dylan with the 8-7.
Asks what Byron's chip stack is and makes the call with 8-7 offsuit.
Heads up, guys.
Flop is 5 tray deuce.
Not too much here for either player. Yeah, Dylan has some backdoor draws, but if Byron bets small here, and he has a hand that wants to check some of the time as well, but should Byron bet, I don't think Dylan wants to continue. Again, Byron does have a hand that will check back at a decent clip. Yeah, he does check back, and that's a nice check to make. You need to be careful on these low boards that really favor your opponent.
Now Dylan does pair his 8s.
Somewhat favors your opponent. I think 5-3 deuce is a little more split because on the button we'll have a lot of ace high hands. Both have overcards and the gut shot. Plus on 5-3 deuce we're getting so low that our opponent doesn't have that many hands that call from the big blind beyond like 5-4 or a 4-3 suited that connect well with this board. It's not quite like the you know, 6-7-8 territory. But with the 8 on the turn, Dylan has connected in a meaningful way. He bets 200K. And now with king high, Byron likely forced out of this pot. And away he goes.
Lets
Dylan,
it go.
turning top pair, takes that one down with the turn bet.
So 2 more events here on the schedule for the World Poker Tour this year. Going to Selma Hard Rock the day after Thanksgiving for their $3,500 $2 million guarantee.
Always a good one.
Yeah, and then we have our championship. The Prime Championship, the World Championship, and the Great Festival at Wynn Las Vegas. If you haven't been there yet, you need to go. And if you want to qualify to play in the WPT World Championship at Wynn Las Vegas this December, you can do so right now on Club WPT Gold, starting from just 2 chips. Play your way into the $1,100 Prime Championship and the WPT Championship for $10,400, with qualifiers running every Sunday to Thursday, and a World Championship seats up for grabs every Saturday and Sunday. This could be the start of your road to Las Vegas. Check it out at Club WPT Gold.
Connor opens the Queen Deuce of Hearts on the button. Dylan quickly out. Over to Russ, I believe. No, I think it's Matthew. Matthew in the big blind.
Yeah, we are down to 5 players remaining. Next prize is $85,000. First place, $315,000. King, King, 10 on the flop with 2 hearts. Both players with 2 hearts in their hand.
Well, Connor with the superior flush draw. Gets a good board for him to bet. Matthew should mix calls and raises here. It's just a 1 big blind bet. So easy price to proceed against. Just a matter of how you want to do it. If he chooses to raise, which he should do some % of the time, it can get pretty messy, especially if a heart comes out. But he just calls. And with the deuce on the turn, Connor lengthens his lead. Matthew really needs a jack or a 6. I wonder if Connor bets small here. Gets a little protection for his hand. A little bit of value against stuff like Queen Jack and Ace High. And then able to check behind on the river. Nope, elects to check back. Queen on the river. So kings and queens now for Connor. Matthew, with the misdraw, does block some of the combos that would raise this button. So worth considering a bluff, but he will shut it down. And now Connor with kings and queens, I would imagine, goes for the value bet. Try and win some extra money from a 10. Not too much to fear about a 10, excuse me, about a king at this point. What's he go for? 200K? A little more?
Bet 225.
225.
225 is the bet. Our 21-year-old Matthew Ahern, FSU student.
Raise 700.
Oh, he
Wow.
raises to 700,000.
Whoa.
Oh. What do you think, Tony?
Don't hate it. I think that he's going to have a pretty snug image. I don't know what the playdown day was like between these two, but certainly at the final table, Matthew hasn't made any bold moves. So he should get some credit here. He has a blocker to ace-jack and jack-9, which is helpful.
He's going to use another time extension here, running short on those, down to his final 3 now.
People don't check raise bluff with the river that much in general, especially in huge spots at a final table. So I think as a default, you get credit for having the goods here a lot.
I don't think Connor can make this call, do you?
Well, he did make a somewhat similar river call against Dylan yesterday. Again, very different scenario. Look at this.
All in.
Oh, he's going to reshove all in as a bluff. Whoa. I don't know about that one, Matt. I like the original check raise bluff. I think if Connor wants to win the hand, he should probably just call the river. I don't know that like jamming gets anything better to fold. I don't think you're like making trips fold. I think that when he check raises you after just calling the flop, Matthew's likely to have a boat or a bluff of some kind. You know, maybe sometimes he has like a jack-9 or an ace-jack. But I don't know how many better hands you can get to fold by shoving the river there. I think if Connor believes that Matthew is full of it, your kings and queens are good enough to just like call with as a bluff catcher. So awesome hand to witness. A lot of fun. I love the value bet. Love the check raise. The 3-bet jam seems unnecessary, but it was very fun to watch.
That was nice. And that's Matty Ice, I'm told. They call him Matty Ice.
Got a fireworks show on that hand.
Wow.
Connor was sick of losing hands. He was like, hey, I came in here as the chip leader. I'm tired of giving up pots to you guys. I'm going to win this one. Watch this. I'm all in. Wow. Now Dylan raises into Russ's big blind with the king jack on 25 blinds. He will take a flop. Queen jack 5. Rainbow with a diamond. Russ with the big lead here, holding second pair.
Check.
Connor Rash is the #1 Rash sibling I'm hearing. Bennett Rash can kick rocks, he says. I think that's his dad. His dad was over there playing, I think, 2-5 yesterday, while his son was making his way to the final table.
It's a family affair.
Family affair. Absolutely.
Good for them.
90.
25 years old, 21 years old. I don't think Dylan's that old either.
Dylan's 33, 34.
Is he?
Right in there.
Good to see.
So betting a call on the flop here. Dylan will need to go runner to draw out on Russ. 6. A little bit of help here, and we'll probably shut Dylan down. He can tell himself that Russ has straight draws or occasionally a 5 that he can win against showdown against.
Russ checks. And a check.
Yep, I like the check from Dylan there. 8 of diamonds. Not a card that will generate much action. Maybe Russ blocks here. Worth considering with such a strong kicker. And your opponent will usually bet his queens on the turn. Not always. He's just going to check. And I think Dylan with the 6 would be okay checking behind here. His hand's a little too good to turn into a bluff. It's nice that you block 2 pair and you block a straight, but yeah, I think the 6 prefers checking down here. You know that you're losing to a jack pretty often, but you're beating a 5 and you're beating king 10, ace 10.
Russ Dizer takes this one down. John McLaughlin from our Club WPT stream team asked, do you think it's better to expose a bluff versus a shove? They're only calling that shove with a better hand.
To expose the bluff that Matthew made?
Yes.
No, I don't think you want your opponent to realize that you're willing to make such aggressive river bluffs. You'd prefer that he thinks you, I don't know, check raise trips and folded. I mean, Dylan probably knows that this, excuse me, Connor probably knows that Matthew didn't have too much there if he like check raise folded the river. But I still wouldn't want to give my opponent the certainty that I was check raise bluffing him on the river, that's part of my arsenal today at the final table. I think especially as the guy who has almost non-existent Hendon mob and is a 21-year-old student playing for the most money in his life, Matthew should get a ton of credit when he puts a lot of chips in, especially on the river. So for those reasons, I really liked his check raise bluff. I thought his image should give him a lot of credibility in those kind of spots. Another reason I'm so surprised Connor just jammed the queen deuce. But I don't want to give my opponent the certainty that he was right about his read on me.
Russ limped here, and now Byron's going to go for a raise here with 6 deuce of diamonds.
Nice raise from Byron. We want to use some of these disconnected suited hands around 40 blinds as essentially bluff isolation raises, but they have some playability going forward to the flop. And Russ's hand, very close to a call. Depends on the sizing. Right on the border there. He elects not to take a flop.
Very bold raise there by Matt. I still thinking about that hand. $85,000 locked up. What would you do with $85,000 when you were 21? I can't even imagine.
Ooh, let me think about that. You know, I won a pretty close to that amount in my early 20s as the result of a swap, actually. Do you remember when Mike Watson won WPT? I want to say it was like 5 diamond or something like that. And he won a crazy amount of money, like $1.6 million.
Right.
I had swapped 5% with him, and so I got $80,000 from that. I was probably 22, 23, right in there.
You were pretty happy that day.
Oh my God, I was ecstatic.
Russ now opening up here with 10-8 of spades to 100,000.
And so what happened to the money? I think I traveled around and played more poker tournaments with it.
There you go.
For a long time, that was the biggest score of my career. It was a 5% swap.
Raised 325 total.
Connor 3-betting 7-5 offsuit here up against Russ. Really trying to push the pace at this final table. I like that he's finding 3-bets out of the big blind, but 7-5 offsuit doesn't even block your opponent from having anything good. Like, I'd much rather 3-bet bluff King 5 offsuit or Queen 7 offsuit than 7-5-0.
Right. Congratulations. I don't think he's in too deep. He's in for a satellite.
Yeah.
A satellite, which is a great way to get into these events.
It's really tough to be composed at your first major final table. Every now and then you see these prodigy level players who come along. Somebody like an Adrian Mateos. I remember I commentated one of his final tables when he was still very young. And you could just see the poise, the preparation, the like clarity of thought, the nuance to his game. Most people who are 20, 21, 22 and aren't full-time professionals already who make a big live final table, it's very hard to think clearly and play your best game and not be affected by the emotion. As we see Matthew considering raising this ace-6, and he's so short that perhaps he's, considering a jam. I think that's just a touch thin, Matt. I know that around the 10 big blind mark, you start to feel like any ace, any position. Would be close, but ace-6 is basically the worst ace that we could jam. And he gets a snap call by Dylan with the queens. And yeah, look, like I would probably jam ace-8 plus in Matthew's shoes. I just think the ace-6, ace-7-0 on the hijack, you're a bit too deep. It's a bit too early in position. And unfortunately for Matthew, he runs into the queens for Dylan, so we'll see if he can get lucky. No luck so far, though, on Jack 10-5. He's going to need really an ace and only an ace, unless he gets like running sixes or running straight. Deuce, no help on the turn, and so only an ace on the river will save Matthew's dream run. It is a deuce. So Matthew, the 21-year-old student, in for the satellite. Certainly the best story of this final table. On a final table with some good ones. Does bust out in 5th place for $85,000. Congrats to the young man on a great result here at Best Bet. Should still be a very exciting score, and I hope he keeps his money.
I do
It's
too.
tougher when you're young. I mean
Yes,
that
it is.
seriously. I'm not being sarcastic or anything. I hope he keeps it.
Pretty much play together a lot.
Absolutely. He was very excited to be here, taking home $85,000 for by far his biggest score. Down to the final 4 now.
Probably 18. Okay.
4th place in this event is $112,000.
25. Jesus. Whatever. Like you're having fun.
Be cool to go back to your college and say, yeah, I just won $85,000.
Raised 200.
Like he's going back to class Tuesday, you know. He
Yeah.
skipped class on Monday, goes back and sees his friends. They're like, "What'd you do this weekend?" Won $85K. Skipped class on a Monday for the best reason possible. Connor there with the King Jack wins a quick one pre-flop. Yeah, he's gonna be on cloud 9 for like a week.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I was 20 years old when I won $15,000 in a live poker tournament, and I was, just
Rich.
so rich, man. Possibly the richest man alive, at least in my mind.
However, $15,000. Oh, how many years ago was that?
That was 2005. So, after 20 years of inflation, call it even.
I think you're up a little bit.
Yeah.
I think he's up a little bit on that. But, yeah, great week for him. And a great story, as you said.
Raised 100 and
We're kind of rooting for him. We don't root for people too much from the commentator booth, but that was a good story. Jessica Dolly as well.
It's not forbidden.
It's not forbidden.
It's frowned upon. Oh, nice adjustment from Dylan here. Just calling the ace-king, these guys so deep right now. But recognizes that, 3-betting and trying to play some crazy 120 big blind pot pre-flop is not what you always want to do here with the ace-king. You also keep in some dominated hands by calling Connor. Plus, you create the possibility that somebody behind you with a ace-queen, ace-jack, king-queen suited reshoves all in, and you have a nice easy call. So, like Dylan, mixing in the calls here with the ace-king, and he is dominating Connor going to this ace-5-3 two-spade flop.
Connor just have straight outs here.
He does.
So this is a trouble spot here, potentially, for Connor Rash.
Or Dylan if a deuce and 4 appear. Like that Connor starts with the check. If I'm Dylan, I will not be checking behind, though. Like, maybe you're, in theory, supposed to do it at some frequency, but in game, I feel like ace-king, I'm just always betting here.
110.
And he bets 110.
And a call from Connor. Let's go to the turn. And there's our deuce, Matt. Connor making the straight. And it's a tough one to put him on right now because he would need to have ace 4, which Dylan blocks, or pocket 4s. Otherwise, maybe like a king 4 suited, queen 4 suited. He might raise those hands the way he's been playing. Dylan can mix bets and checks here. I don't think he's really obligated to do anything. $750. That is a surprising bet size. Well over pot. Dylan's a very well-studied player. Maybe that is best bet size to choose here. It strikes me as a bit large in a spot where we'll have lots of sets. We can have the straight. We can have 2 pair. I don't know that ace king would go into my huge bet sizing bracket.
Connor
but I can see the merit.
Time extension. Down to his final 2.
Well, wants to make it look like he's genuinely uncertain about what to do. So he uses a time extension.
And he just makes a call.
Yeah, I certainly would not raise facing the overbet. Your opponent's doing the betting for you.
But what do you do now on the river?
I would check as Connor, and I think Dylan will probably check behind a lot after the overbet. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, he just snap checks it.
He gets the bad news,
Yeah.
which I think he already realized he was in trouble there.
Right.
No hesitation to fold that or to check that behind.
Once you get called with that sizing on the turn, you're already like, ugh, I might not have the best hand here. And then one of the hands that's going to call you the most is ace-jack. Jack appears on the river. That doesn't help. It's really, really tough to get a third street of value if your opponent has like the ace-queen and ace-tens of the world. When you bomb the turn, you're basically saying, like, I have ace-king or better. I have a big value hand, or I have some kind of semi-bluff.
We've talked about this before. Are you watching the stream? Are you having somebody watch the stream for you? It's 30 minutes delayed, as you know, and give you some information when they do get that break.
Would I be doing that if I was at the final table?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I would message whoever I could find. Can you please feed me the information on these hands? Some people don't like it, though. They say it distracts them from playing their game. They want to use the information they're feeling out at the table in the moment. But most modern players, most modern professionals, if they can get the information of whole card revealed final tables, that's what they do. Byron with eights. Starts with a limp here. And a check. I like that limp from Byron. A lot of our pairs 40 blinds deep. Just going to limp in there in the small blind under that ICM pressure. And on King 9-5, I imagine Byron will continue to keep this pot small. Not a lot of reason to bet on this texture with your eights just underneath the 9. Connor does have a hand that can start bluffing, though. It's pretty connected around this board. See many people in the chat saying it's not a good idea for Connor to check that river. Oh, you know your opponent's going to check behind. You don't know that your opponent's going to check behind. You guys know Dylan's going to check behind because you see him having ace-king. Connor doesn't know what he has in the moment. And Dylan can have lots of hands that want to bet for value, including sets and 2 pairs. So you need to give him the opportunity to do exactly that. And when you block his sets and 2 pairs by holding an ace in your hand yourself, it's even less likely that he has a hand that can call you when you lead out. So I really like the check on the river, and I disagree with our members of chat.
He said he could have grabbed some value there, Tony.
If you are prophetic and you know exactly what everyone has, yes.
And it goes check, check here. Ace on the river.
Not a run out.
See the dealer.
That either player really wants to pile in chips with. I think that Byron would just try and, I mean, maybe you would block against a 5, but I don't think so. If he bets, it's going to be really small. Yeah, just going to check. And I think with queen high, Connor is not going to bet, and so Byron will win this one.
Byron wins this pot. See the dealer was counting down the stub while the players were playing. There was a comment to me on this time from a few different players saying that they really dislike the dealer to be counting down the stub while you're still in a hand. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about there?
Yeah, I know what you're, yeah, they're counting down the deck and everything. I never really thought about it, but I could see if there was like an audible counting going on that a player in a big pot might not like it. It's not a big deal.
It was Pads that said something about it.
Okay.
And David Lappin, and they were saying that it's very annoying to see the dealer do that while the hand's still going on. But
all right.
To me, it's part of a procedure, and you know, it's a good procedure to have, actually. Making sure all cards are still there.
This may be a surprising limp from Connor, blind versus blind, but as our sort of co-chip leaders, Connor does have the lead, both being quite deep stacked at 100 blinds and under ICM pressure. The small blind should play, if not a pure limping strategy, really close.
Even though he did get outflopped here.
Yes, even 100 blinds deep under no ICM pressure. The small blind plays a mostly limp strategy, just like a little bit of raising. Under ICM pressure, you can kind of simplify your strategy to just always start with a limp. And again, that's opponent dependent, but Dylan's a good target to just play some GTO poker against because he's a very well-studied player and thinks about things from a good theoretical standpoint. Maybe if you had an opponent in the big blind who played really straightforward and was really passive, you would just like raise your good hands to build a pot and limp your medium strength ones and know you're going to go to the flop because your opponent's only going to raise you when he has good stuff. But against Dylan, I really like the adjustment that Connor has made to just start with the limp. He does make the call on the flop up against Connor's worst hand in all of poker, 7 deuce, which is currently the best hand in this pot.
Check, check. And the river ace gives Connor the check mark.
He's going to value bet, and Dylan be very tempted to call.
Still a small pot, 250,000 in the pot.
Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what the ideal sizing is for Connor. 200K. Ballpark in that area feels good. I'm going to go, whoa, bet big. 500K, you bet 2x pot. Well, we've entered bluff or big hand territory, and so does Dylan think he's over bluffing to the point that he should call with this 7?
You like the bet?
Like the bet. Yeah, maybe that like he's so deficient for big value on the river that he should use the sizing, and it's going to work beautifully.
Wow,
look at this.
very
What
nice.
a great bet. Great sizing on the river from Connor. Yeah, I expected he would play somewhere in the territory of like a pot size bet, and he said, no, I think there's twice as much value out there, and he was right.
That was a very nice bet, as said by Tony Dunst. He's the professional here. I'm just the amateur. Reading the ads. Just here to read the ads.
I'm just here to read the ads. Connor raises 8-5, no, excuse me, 9-5 of clubs on the button. Gets 2 quick folds. So he's recaptured the chip lead. As we can see, he really likes playing with his foot on the gas.
Double down. Gives the 2.
Seen some adventurous and loose opens. We've seen plenty of barrels from Connor. And, you know, he really used his image well in that last hand to get maximum value with the rivered ace. And he will not stop. Opens the next pot with the ace-deuce. Round of Byron in the big blind. We talked before about how you need a better quality of suited hand to call under ICM pressure as a medium stack. You see there Byron with the Jack Deuce of diamonds has a hand that early in a tournament I think would be an automatic call from the big blind facing him in. And four-handed, he makes the reluctant fold. I think you would need something close to around Jack 5 to Jack 7 suited to make the call there. Four guys remain right now. GBFFL. Round of Byron in the small blind now. And Byron has Russ pretty well outshipped for the moment, so he'll probably continue playing pretty passive until we see what happens with Russ. Limps in the Jack 9, Connor with the Queen 5 suited. Can go either direction and opts to check. Ace 9 deuce. Byron well in the lead. Has the Jack of clubs for some backup. Bets 50K. Byron likely believes that Connor would raise many of his ace-high hands pre-flop, and so on the flop, his Jack 9 likely to be way out in front. Makes this bet, gets a call by Queen High from Connor. Nice, safe card on the turn for Byron. Now his Jacks and 9s just overwhelmingly likely to be the best hand. Still needs to be mindful about not introducing too much variance in this pot with Russ so much shorter than him. He may even believe that checking is the best way to get value here because we've seen Connor be so bluff willing. But I think with the Queen High, Connor has exactly the kind of hand that's mostly going to be cool working to showdown or just putting like a little bit of money in. Does just check back here on the turn. 8 on the river.
Safe card for Byron.
Yeah. And now I think he needs to go for value. You have quite a strong hand.
From what you know, is Byron a very studied player as well?
I'm not sure. He certainly plays like it. I've never spoke to him about what his habits are. He's somebody who had a lot of success before solvers became commonplace, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's more on the intuitive side of things. But you never know unless you ask somebody. Some guys don't really put in a lot of work off the felt. Some guys are obsessed with the game and love to study. Does bet 350 here. Similar to our last hand, he uses the overpot bet on the river. He creates kind of a polarized decision for his opponent. My opponent's either got one of the thin value bets, or not thin value bets, one of the rare value bets, or a bluff.
A comment that Byron's over tanking each decision, but
I don't know that Byron's like really tanking. I would say that he's a purposeful player. He plays at a slower pace. That's always been the case with Byron. I think back in the day he was a touch slower, and sometimes people commented on it. But I think at this final table, he's played at just a very steady pace. Thinks things over, takes a beat is the way I would put it.
And the action clock.
Yeah.
It's a good reason to have it in place. He does still have a good amount of his time extensions remaining, so he hasn't gone over the time limit. And I do remember him being a very patient player back in the day and getting comments about it as well.
I think here with the deuces, Byron should actually pass. These small pairs play very poorly at final tables unless you're one of the big chip leaders, and especially with Russ there on his right, shorter in chips. Yeah, like that's the kind of fold where many players of our generation just look at deuces and snap fold, and Byron takes 5 to 10 seconds and then folds. And so I can see why some people would say, hey, you know that's a fold, like why are you taking 5 to 10 seconds? It's first of all, it's worth considering. And second, I just think that Byron is one of these guys where anytime he has a close decision, he gives himself like 5 seconds to just think it over. And he's not abusing that privilege in my mind at all. Good fold though. But not surprising that Byron would make it. Here, both players connect pretty well. Queen, Jack, 10, 2 diamonds. Dylan making top pair and a backdoor flush draw. Connor, second pair, open ender.
Dylan makes the call. Top pair, turn card is a 7. 7 of hearts.
Facing this bet at 250. Dylan has a natural call, so we'll go to a river. If it's a blank, I expect Connor will now shut down. Feels a little thin to triple barrel this hand for value. Feels too good to turn it into a bluff or anything crazy like that. So I expect him to check. Maybe he'll block and set his own price for the showdown. Get a little extra value from a worse jack or a 10. That's reasonable. But I think a check is more likely. And he does check. Dylan has a decision here, but he elects to check behind. Feels a little thin to put in a third bet with the queen there. Close though. Quite close. Need to be very careful about reopening the action on the river. Second in chips, up against the chip leader at a final table though. And having watched Dylan at a few of his final tables, I think that's one aspect of his game he's very good about, is not reopening the action in these like thin spots under ICM pressure on the river. There's been a couple scenarios at his previous final tables where I thought he had a close decision and he generally checks back, and I come away thinking, yeah, I think that's a wise decision especially against somebody who's willing to, at times, make a big river bluff, get really, you know, adventurous like Connor is. Russ here with the ace-6. We talked before about not calling with the offsuit aces when it's multi-way, but heads up against the button and a very loose button player, I like Russ's call. And on 10-5-3, 2 clubs and a spade, with the ace of clubs in his hand, I would love Russ to check raise this flop. I'm not sure how he'll approach this scenario, but this is exactly the kind of spot where when we have the ace of the suit and 3 to a straight, we can accomplish a lot by raising the flop, pushing our opponent out, preventing us from getting bluffed on a later street. Russ just going to call here. Certainly like calling better than folding, but I would like to see him raise. Three on the turn. Mostly neutral card. I think both players need to be a little cautious. Russ a bit more likely to have a 3 than Connor, but Connor, if he's raising hands like King Deuce, is going to have a decent amount of 3s as well. It's also a card where the big blind should be leading a fair bit with their 10s, their draws, and their 3s, even a little bit with their 5s. And so I don't know if Russ is going to find those leads as much as the non-professional at the table. So he does check, and now he faces this bet of 275. And here we see part of the problem with just calling on the flop. Not like it's a bad play, but you can tell that if you check raise, you end the hand immediately, and you don't face these quagmires on the turn. But when you just call and you face this barrel, it's hard to know just how good your hand is. And I also worry about the live tell element. I can really see Russ thinking about this. And so if I'm Connor and I do end up getting called, I'm probably emptying the clip on the river after seeing all this. Although I already think that Russ has broken his poker face enough that he will end up folding here. Most people do not show such discernment on their face when they intend to call and continue in the hand. And so now I kind of think that Russ should... I think he already knows he's folding, even if he hasn't accepted it. And he should stop burning up these time extensions, ruminating that he has to fold. Yeah, you see him visibly shaking his head, lets it go. And yeah, so like not a poorly played hand by any means, Matt. But I think as you become more accomplished and more studied as a player, finding the check raise with the ace-6 of the world, the ace of clubs 6 of the world in those kind of spots is where you start to show your level in these final tables, you know. I think somebody like Dylan, who is very well studied, would check raise that flop pretty much always. And Russ, having a little more of like the risk avoidance mentality, thinks, okay, well, I'll call and then I'll evaluate. Does Dylan want to open an 8-6 of spade? No, excuse me. Connor opened the king-8. Gloves off for Connor right now. King-7 suited for Russ. Kind of hand that, you know, on day 1 of the tournament, we're taking a flop. Oh, he's going to, what did he do here? Shove? Ooh, he seems a little tilted. He's going to get away with this one, but this is not an advisable play. Rejamming 19 blinds with King-7 suited. Yes, Connor is opening very aggressively, but you'd much rather have Ace-X suited or pairs or 2 broadways to make that play than a middling suited king. And I think that Russ, feeling a little bullied in the previous pots, not taking many hands down lately, is showing a little bit of his frustration there and just trying to choose a hand to fight back. Byron with the deuces again, this time in the small blind. Just limping in. Connor choosing a disconnected, junky hand to raise here, like the hand selection. And what a beautiful play from Byron. Limp shoving up against the loose, aggressive Connor, using small pairs like deuces to make this play. Byron continues to show his quality at this final table with his hand selection and his recognition of how stack depth alters his decision making. Playing a very nice final table here.
Don't forget to sign up for the WPT Live app. We're going to do our first drawing in about 30 minutes. It's very easy to do so. Go to your app store, sign up for WPT Live. We're going to give away 4 $1,100 WPT Prime Championship seats, and there is no purchase necessary. Sign up for that app. It's going to make it easier when you register for any WPT event in the future, and it costs nothing to do so. WPT Live app, sign up now. Our first drawing happens in about 30 minutes.
Close decision here for Byron with the nines. He's got Russ about 2-1 in chips, and Russ is opening off 22 blinds. So close to the territory where Byron should 3-bet to get it in. I think calling and 3-betting to get it in are both good options. I think I like his decision to call. I wouldn't really love 3-bet calling against Russ. I think you're mostly going to end up facing off against 10s plus ace-king, some ace-queen. Byron elects to call, ace-10-6. And another reason that calling might play a little bit better is I think Russ will be a bit more cooperative in allowing Byron to get to the river the times he has a mediocre hand, such as on ace-10-6. Like, I think the Jack-9, a pretty reasonable candidate to bet out of position there, even though we shouldn't go crazy with the betting. You know, having the 3 straight, 3 diamonds, being able to represent the ace-high, getting some turns that will allow you to barrel. I think Jack-9 was a decent candidate to bet on the flop, but now having checked, with the 5 of diamonds on the turn, we'll see what Russ wants to do. He bets, I think, is this 75? And that's just not going to be enough. He's given Byron 5-1 to see the river in a spot where Byron may believe that this is all I'm going to have to pay to show down this hand. I don't know that my opponent's really going to put pressure on me on most rivers that are blanks. But no, Byron folds for the 75K. A little surprising. I get it without a diamond in his hand. But I thought facing that price, he might feel it's good enough to see the river. Nice bet there from Russ.
Yes.
There you go.
Byron with 10-7 offsuit. ace.
Full back.
Connor with 6-4 on the button. He folds.
Raise 125 in the suit.
125, the raise from Dylan out of the small blind. And Russ Dizer with 10-8 offsuit in the big blind.
Decent price to see a flop here.
Makes the call. Flop's a good one for Dylan with a 5-4 deuce. Top pair open-ender for Dylan. 2 overcards for Russell Dizer.
Good flop for his hand. However, a board where his range is going to want to check a decent amount. So I won't be too shocked if Dylan starts with a check. I mean, I still think against Russ, he's probably going to get bet. I think he's going to take a more exploitive style against Russ than maybe the GTO approach he'd take to some other opponents, and he does elect to bet there. Generates a quick fold from Russ with 10-8. Doesn't have much reason to continue.
If you're Dylan, are you reconsidering that bet? You'd rather have...
You know, I'm probably just mixing. A lot of our blind versus blind strategy is just mix, where you're like, okay, I'm going to check a lot and bet some of the time. And how much that sum is a little open to your interpretation based on your opponent. If you want to talk strictly in theory, often, like, most of our hands are checking 2/3, 3/4 of the time, and some of them are betting somewhere between 1/4 and half the time, which I know is very vague. And yet, if you look at a chart for these blind versus blind situations where you have these immensely wide ranges, that's exactly what you'll see. Dylan now with ace-queen, raising into Byron's big blind with 10-5. And yeah, maybe these are the kind of spots where Byron could afford to shave some seconds off his thought process. I don't think there's any real decision here. I don't think he's using this as a 3-bet bluff. I don't think he's ever considering calling, so I'm not sure why, you know, we can't just look down at 10-5 offsuit and be like, yep, fold. Again, it's not really a big deal to take 5 to 10 seconds with each decision, but if people are going to point out somewhat slower play, I would say these are the spots where, yeah, nothing is harmed by just looking down at junk hands and being like, fold.
Sure you don't. Yeah, you did.
Dylan marveling in the fact that he folded 2 hands in a row. He won't be folding this one with 2 7s. See if the advertising pays off. Makes it 100,000. Russell folds 9-5. Byron with ace-3 in the small blind.
This is certainly worth a consideration. We can do some 3-bet bluffing here. I don't know if ace-3 is one of the hands I'd get in there with. Usually going to lean towards suited aces. Maybe a little bit of offsuit ace.
Here's the hand we like, king-6 of spades.
That's a going to the flop hand.
And he does make the call. Flops Jack, Jack, deuce.
Not much for Connor to get attached to here. I think that Dylan will just bet small and take it.
And he does just that.
60, 70, quarter pot. And a quick fold from Connor.
Break time, everybody. Break time. It'll be a 15-minute break. spot coloring up, just be mindful of that.
Well, our players are taking a 15-minute break, so 4 remain here at the final table of our WPT Jacksonville event.
What do you think so far, Tom?
I think it's been an excellent quality of play. I'm very impressed by the court set of players that we have around this final table. Not surprisingly, our 2 chip leaders putting a lot of pressure on the remaining players, but Byron Kaverman's such an accomplished guy, also holding his own beautifully, and Russ playing some good poker too, so we'll have more coming up from Jacksonville in 15.
And we are back, still four-handed. Matt Savage here with Tony Dunst, here from Best Bet Live. It's been an interesting final table so far. As you see, the experience is shown for Byron Kaverman, Connor playing quite well as well, and Dylan as well.
Whole table playing very well. No surprise that Byron Kaverman, who we haven't seen as much on the North American side in recent years, has still got it. Playing really well. It came in as the shortest stack, and now in third chip position has kind of distanced himself from Russ, but has long distance to go to catch up our two chip leaders. And Connor, of course, just playing a ton of pots, really making it interesting.
Back to the action here. Russell Dizer, he has Queen 10.
I think that's just good enough to get involved with there. I mean, not a mandatory raise by any means, but I think that should cross the threshold.
Russ from Pine City, New York. He's our only player at the table that currently does not live in Florida. A financial advisor, and he used to be a shift supervisor, but been a financial advisor for 24 years now. His biggest cash ever will come today, as his previous was $43,000. These players have all earned at least $112,000.
Well, then the $1 million question is, how is Russ going to invest his winnings? The biggest,
that is a good question. And you and I could probably learn something by asking him.
Right.
Ace 9-5 on the flop here. Top pair, or second pair for Dylan.
To our knowledge, it's his biggest windfall from poker that he's got all at once. It's at least, not 112.
112, yes.
Yeah, 112. Sorry, I was looking at it wrong. 112,000. Always interesting to ask investment professionals. Okay, you suddenly find yourself with a big chunk of money. What do you do with it? Like right in this moment of time. Let's talk about this hand first. We'll talk a little more about that as Connor, making threes on the turn, now has a piece of this board up against the second pair of Dylan.
Check.
Dylan bet 60,000. Connor now with a little bit of this. They turned 3.
Yeah, the ranges are so wide, blind versus blind.
327 entries started this event for a prize pool of just about 1.5 million with $5,000 buy-in.
I don't think Connor is going to give up a pair. I did not expect him to turn it into a bluff here with the check raise, though. Man, he's so willing to go for it, and I love that about his game. And sometimes he uses hands that don't strike me as very natural candidates when he is going to have a lot available to him. There are so many combo draws that he can arrive at this turn with. I don't know if turning second pair into this big bluff is necessary. However, it's going to work out perfectly. I don't think that Dylan's going to call this raise with the 9-8. Oh, he is. Wow, all these guys are just one step ahead of me, Matt. I'm yesteryear. And a king on the river. Look at this.
Oh,
Connor bailed out with the 2 pair. Wow. And now another question of how much do you bet? Because a lot of your range on the turn is some kind of combo draw. That's part of why Dylan is willing to bet call a 9 there. A lot of those hands have missed on the river. Essentially all your draws have missed on the river. And so you're polarized between really good hands and absolute air balls.
Now he bets 1 million. I think this is the first bet of $1 million we've seen that wasn't an all-in at this point.
Connor is going to be loving life if he gets called here. And Dylan is going to be sick when he finds out how he lost his hand. does make the good fold. Nice hand from Dylan. I mean, really just put in the money when he was good and folded when he wasn't.
Connor started this final table as the chip leader and still is. He lists himself as a dolphin trainer for the last 4 years. We buying that, Tony?
Generally, when people write outrageous jobs in their bio, I don't give them much credit. However, we're in Florida.
He could be a dolphin
Do
trainer.
they have dolphins in Jacksonville? I know they have them in South Florida. I don't know. I don't know the habitat of dolphins. Dolphin trainer.
His current biggest cash, $150,000. Remember, he said he's yet to have won a live tournament.
He's playing like a man who means to win.
Yes. We checked into that again, and Connor has had a win on his Hendon Mob. $180 buy-in. He won $3K.
Like we said, more of a sit and go than a true tournament. Byron there making the nice fold with the 6-5 of spades on the cutoff on a stack size. It just doesn't play very well with the suited connectors. Connor
Races to 120, and Russell Dizer with ace queen of clubs.
and under 20 blinds here. I think it's all in time for Russ. I do not think he's going to mince words and take some small 3-bet.
Financial advisor. Will he make a good financial decision here?
Raise 400 total.
Ooh, I was mistaken, Matt. He is going to make it 400K. Instead, he's committing himself. I mean, he's gone, you know, pretty big here. It's not like he's gone this cute small sizing where he creates the perception that if Connor goes all in, maybe he folds some of the time. He's put in over a third of his stack. Connor bows out. Russ takes that down. Who's that?
This is Russell. So Russell, the financial advisor, says that if he wins, he plans to give half to his wife.
Wife in quotation marks. I feel like he's Borat or something. My wife, you know. I'm good.
Seems like a good financial decision.
Yeah.
I know I'd have to make the same one myself.
Okay, action back around on our ever active chip leader Connor.
The Dolphin Trainer.
Dolphin trainer. Imagine what Vince would do with that piece of information. His favorite is when people have funky jobs that he can riff on.
Yes.
You know, God forbid there's a doctor on the table and then it's the doctor's cutting him up. He's performing surgery. The dolphin trainer's riding the wave. Get out of the way, Tony. All right, Russ here. Queen 8 makes it 120. Byron with Queen 3 offsuit. Yeah, he's getting a great price. Doesn't have a very good hand. But we've entered limit poker territory when you min-raise the small blind. And Byron says, let's play some limit poker. Makes the call. It's dominated here. Jack 10-6. Gives Russ a gut shot. One of these boards is kind of good for both players. Really hits in the territory of hands that both players want to get to the flop with. Maybe slightly more for Byron than Russ, but close here. Russ, the one with the hand, does bet, and that should win him the hand. Yep. This time Byron with the very quick fold before we can even get the camera on him.
You know that Byron used to be I think a college soccer player, if I'm not mistaken.
Sort of rings a bell.
Yeah. Been playing poker for 21 years.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was that old.
Yeah, I want to say he's late 30s, and I've certainly been playing against him since the late 2000s, I want to say, maybe around 2007, 2008. He became something of a regular, and by 2010, when I was with WPT, we saw him at the events regularly, and he was very successful at them.
Yeah, 39 years old.
Yeah, our generation's starting to get up there, Matt.
It's crazy.
We were once the young guns of poker. These online kids with their ace king and their hoodies. And now we're a bunch of dudes with 20 years of experience on the live tour.
Yeah.
Started traveling
I've been
for
in this
poker.
business 30 years myself,
You're at
which
30.
is nuts.
Yep. Now, what's interesting is you got to see poker pre-Moneymaker boom.
Oh,
I got this very brief glimpse at it. I did watch the Varconi 2002 World Series.
Which I was at the final
You
table
were at the
announcing.
final table. Interesting poker history, but really the boom started in '03. So I only got a brief look at what poker was like pre-boom. I can tell you coming up in that time that the evolution of the game happened so rapidly in those 20 years, I would say, from about 2002, 2003 to, 2022 when solvers become pretty commonplace. Connor here with the twos is out in front with the 2 pair. May want to bet here and get a little protection for his hand. Now with the 3s out there, really easy for him to be counterfeited if the river brings a 4 or a 10. Also, just no real natural river to value bet on except for a deuce.
Being told people are signing up for that drawing, so that's good. But make sure when you do so, when you when you get the WPT Live app, which is no cost, you do need to sign the release at the bottom.
Somebody in our chat says he trains dolphins. I've been to his sanctuary.
He does
So,
train dolphins.
very
Okay,
interesting.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's a cool job.
very cool job.
Our jobs are pretty cool too, Tony.
Absolutely. Connor does get some value with his deuces. Dylan making the call with king high. Understandable in this wide range spot. 7 of diamonds, no help to either player on the river. It does complete 5-6. Some hands like 7-6 and 7-5 that would bet pretty often. Improve as well. I imagine that Connor will check behind after Dylan checks. Maybe he'll surprise me and he believes there's some value to be had. He's been excellent at getting value in this tournament. Yeah, he's going to go for like quarter pot of value. And Dylan not having any of that. He knows what that bet means. Yeah, if Connor believes he has the best hand on the river, the money's going in. Props to him. But I'm going to return to that question. Okay, let's say you're, financial advisor. You win $100,000. How do you invest it in this moment in history? Which I think is actually like a really difficult question to answer. That's always a difficult question to answer.
Sure.
But like right now, especially, there's so much uncertainty in the various markets. A lot of weakness in a lot of places. A lot of talk about bubbles. A lot of weakness in crypto recently. Real estate markets kind of going down a little bit. Fears that, if something like NVIDIA misses earnings, all of a sudden the entire stock market's going to collapse. But bonds aren't paying all that much. If you just suddenly found an extra $100,000 through, I don't know, some good fortune or something, what are you doing with it? Think on that for a moment as Byron raises his kings.
Mattress, maybe? No, I don't know.
You can do better than the mattress. There's a clearer answer than the mattress. Connor with Jack-9 suited behind him.
The most common answer is play more poker tournaments.
Play more, but that's not what you're going to do.
That's not what I'm going to do.
S&P 500 ETFs, one answer, which one of those answers that you can never go wrong with, really. Just close your eyes, put it in the S&P and wait.
Connor did make the call with the Jack-9 of clubs.
I like his call here. I don't think Byron is at the right stack depth to attack with a 3-bet holding Jack-9 of clubs. I think you'd prefer to have ace-high hands.
No clubs on that flop. Queen 6-4.
Yeah, I'll open that question up to our chats as well. I don't know. You suddenly have $100,000 that you didn't expect to have. You wake up one day, I don't know, you won a lottery, a scratch off, a DFS contest, a poker tournament, whatever it is, you suddenly have an extra 100K. What are you doing with it right now, this moment in time? I think it's a tough question. Tougher than it has been in some recent years.
Can you buy a dolphin? I don't know.
Probably. They can't be cheap. Connor trying to buy a dolphin here with the Jack-9. He's got nothing. Just leading out on this queen high board. This is ambitious, Matt. The boards that are going to favor the small blind calling range do often have a queen, but it's more around the 10 and the 8 that are best for our hand. And as we can see, because it connects with stuff like Jack-9 suited, like Jack-10 suited, like, you know, Queen 10 suited, Queen 8 suited, a lot of these type of hands that call from the small blind. Queen 6-4, it's harder to tell the story that you connected in a meaningful way, and your Jack-9 at clubs can be basically drawing dead here up against Queen Jack and King Queen. So I think that was the first time Cotter made a play at a pot that I just outright did not like.
Was it out of line then?
It was out of line, yeah.
Okay.
And Byron, with his kings, punishes him. Great raise from Byron there. Queen 4-6, 2 hearts. Byron doesn't have a heart in his hand, but can hope that Connor has a queen and can put a lot of money in facing that raise.
Byron's probably investing in college funds, which isn't a bad thing.
Yeah, yeah.
529 plan. Seeing gold. Somebody said 100K in silver. I don't know about that.
Silver feels a little hot right now.
Is it?
Wasn't silver really booming? I think
I have no
silver
idea.
got hot. Gold was really hot. It's finally cooled down a little bit, but it was on a hell of a run. Exotic Chaotic says some NVIDIA. 120 from Byron.
Byron now over 2 million in chips. Blinds are 30-60. 60K big blind ante.
We raised 330.
330, the 3-bet from Connor. And I kind of like this one, Matt. Almost said Mike. I like this one because you have the one high blocker with the king. You have the suitedness when you get to the flop. And your 3 unblocks some of the raise folds. Like sometimes you see people 3-bet something like King 9 suited here, which you should earlier in the tournament. Under ICM, what you really want is to unblock the hands that raise fold for Byron, and that can be stuff like a 10-9 suited or an ace-9 offsuit. Byron's not going to raise many hands with a 3 in it, but when you have a 9 in your hand, you block some of his folds. But Byron, detecting that Connor is quite out of line recently, makes what I think is at least a mildly surprising call with King-Queen. And he's dominating right now, so king high board would be a miracle for Byron. But it's a jack 3 deuce board, so Connor out flopping him. And with the 2 hearts out there, it's going to be difficult for Byron to continue here if Connor follows through with the bet.
200,000.
Does go with the quarter pot bet of 200K. I think if Byron had a heart in his hand, we would see him continue. But without,
No.
he'll let it go.
Does let it go. ZTBT says put it all on red.
Look, there are better flips out there than the roulette table. Paying whatever the 5-6% it is, VIG to take a giant flip.
I have a friend named Noah. I won't say his last name. But he likes to go after nits. And he offers 110 on flips. $1,000 flips. He lays 1,100 or 1,000 just to get the nits that don't want to put the 1,000 up. He lays
Oh, that is funny. Oh, that's good.
And yeah, we got it up to 10,000 one time. 11,000 for 10,000. And the flip, the 11 to 10 won. Or the I mean the
10-1.
The 10-1.
So
yeah.
he won the flip against the knit and
yeah.
broke some knit's
Yes,
heart.
yes.
Oh, that's incredible.
I
What
mean,
a legend.
what's the most you would do it for? There's a number.
Shit, man, I'd do some big flips for like 1%.
Would you really?
Yeah, why not? You could give me 1% for flipping a coin. I'll break you.
It's just one flip, though.
Yeah, I mean, like 1%. I'll do. You know, I'll do your 10K right now. Screw
Wow.
it. Yeah, like yeah, you're basically just giving me $100.
Damn. I don't know. I'm a nit. I must be the nit.
So you wouldn't take that?
I'd do it for 1,000.
1,000.
Yeah, let's just say that. I'd do it for 1,000.
Well, don't ever call me a nit again.
No, I won't. You're off the
I
list.
will.
You're off
I
the
will whip
list.
out $10,000 and $100 and watch you say no.
It'll be tough.
There is a look at our payouts. Our winner taking home $304,000 plus a $10,400 seat to the WPT World Championship coming up in December. Second getting $200K for their efforts. All 4 players have locked up 6 figures. Hard to get 6-figure cashes on your resume, man.
Yes. They look really nice when they get there, too. Connor now with 4s. Asking for the stack size of Byron.
Good flop for Byron here. Jack 10-7, 2 clubs. Connor and his 4s. Will probably keep this pot small if they can. Byron starts with a check. Every now and then Connor will bet small on the flop and just try and take it down. But yeah, I expect him to just try and get to the river. That 8 of spades. Again, I don't think will inspire either player to bet at this one. Certainly not Byron, who has a draw plus some showdown value. Connor, maybe, if he wants to turn his hand into a bluff, or just like deny random queen high hands their equity, but for the most part, I think he's just going to check. And unless we get a club or a 4 on this river, or the same, does check behind.
Oh my
There we
goodness,
go.
there's 4 on the river.
There's our card.
Jeez.
4 of clubs, of course, a real action card with the 4 of hearts. I still think that Byron, with his 4th pair, is probably just checking and either check folding or check calling the river. And given what the run out is and Connor's tendencies, he'll probably bet on the bigger side, which makes a lot of sense here. I don't think he's going to completely nuke it, but bottom set here is a very strong hand facing 3 checks. So I don't know, maybe he bets 200 to 300K from what we've seen from him. I mean, we've seen some big overbetting from him, so maybe he fires out like 400K or something, but feels optimistic to try and get that much. He goes for the 400. And Byron watching all of this play out. Knows that Connor is very apt to overbet, but thus far he's shown the goods when he's done it. Connor is a tough guy to play against, that's for sure.
Byron's really swimming upstream on this one.
I don't think dolphins swim in streams. Sorry to blow up your metaphor.
That's my.
They're not salmon.
I mean, he loved the he loved the flop.
It's always frustrating when you flop
I think
a
he's going to
huge
make the
hand.
call.
You think he's going to make the
I
call?
do think he's going to make the call.
I think he might decide he's a
Going
little
through
low
time
in
chips.
his range to make this call. Like, I think you get here with some 8s and some 10s, so you just tell yourself, you know what? I don't have to reach all the way down to a 7. I can just wait until I have a slightly better hand and use that as a way to make my frequency right. Also, I feel like you want to keep some distance between yourself and Russ. So, like, yeah, you call, great, but your position doesn't really change very much relative to the final table.
And there it goes.
But if you call and you're wrong, and now you're right around Russ's stack, that is a big problem for Byron. It's a good bet from Connor. Good fold from Byron. Nice hand all around. All right, back with Byron. Queen 3 of clubs on the button.
Told that winner's coming up. We'll have that winner's name in just a couple minutes. The first of 4 drawings for signing up for the WPT Live app. Don't forget to sign the bottom of that. Just put your signature in there if you want to be eligible. You have until the 3rd of December. We'll have 3 more drawings after today. Just signing up for the WPT Live app. Again, you need to be 21 years or older, but there is no purchase necessary. Next drawing will be on November 25th at 8 p.m.
240. Raise.
Connor limps into the small blind with 10-9. Dylan using one of those very bad offsuit disconnected hands that need to bluff raise from the big blinds sometimes. Makes it 4 big blinds. 240K to go. Connor has a good hand to see the flop with. I'm very surprised he folded there. That is like honestly one of the most shocking things of the day. I mean, he's been so willing to see flops, to play a bit loose, and normally when you limp 10-9 there as the chip leader, it's with the intention to call. So I don't know. I don't know why he wanted to let that one go. I guess maybe just the sizing of a full 4 blinds, but usually that's what you're prepared to call when you limp into the small blind. Byron, King 7 will pass. Back with Connor on the button. How much does he want to attack Russ here? He's got a 6-4 offsuit on the button. And he may believe that, for the time being, that is the spot to attack. You know, the 6-4 offsuit button raise definitely says, hey, you're who I'm targeting. Dealing with the king-queen suited. I was hoping he would call. I really like the call here. You keep in a lot of dominated hands. I think when you 3-bet, you don't accomplish very much. You kind of bloat the pot against the only person who can bust you. So I like that Dylan is taking this call-heavy strategy from the small blind with these middling playable hands like pairs and suited connectors, and stuff like Ace-Jack-O. Russ gets out of there, and so Dylan going to a flop in good shape.
It's low.
Badly outflopped, though. 5-4, 3, 2 clubs and a heart. Connor with middle pair and an open-ender. And this is a texture that shouldn't hit Dylan too much. Like, he'll have some ace-5, ace-4 suiteds they could call here. Maybe the ace-deuce suiteds of the world. Maybe he has a little bit of 7-6 suited, but a lot of his hands mostly whiffed this flop. Be much scarier up against the big blind. So Dylan is forced to fold on that 5-high board. Always a shame to have to give up on a beautiful hand like King Queen suited so easily.
And that puts Connor in good position there. Over half the chips in play with 4 players remaining.
Putting on a clinic today at his largest final table to date. As we said earlier, still waiting on his first significant tournament win. In excellent shape to accomplish that today, but still 3 players that he needs to knock out to make it a reality.
120 raise.
Dylan going up with the Queen 4 diamonds. And Russ in the small blind has a hand that I think should probably go for it here. He does have 20 blinds. Maybe it feels a bit much, but Dylan is going to be raising the button so wide.
Raise 280.
Russ is going to go with a sizing that seems to indicate he has room to 3-bet fold, which is nice. We talked about this earlier, how he 3-bet those jacks to a size that made it look like he was probably 3-bet calling, but we would want to see him balance at this shallow depth to have some 3-bet folds. I think ace-9 is probably better as an all-in there, but I also like the route he chose to take.
How many chips would you sell me a time bank for?
2 million.
25K.
We get a Dr. Evil reference. You love it.
Apparently Connor's running short on time extensions. He has used quite a few today. These players can accumulate up to 20 at this final table. I always like to tell the story of our winner of our first Prime Championship. Gosh, I can't remember his name right now. Why can I not remember his name?
For the winner of our first Prime Championship?
Yes.
Our very first Prime Championship ever?
Yes.
Was it Steven Song?
No. It wasn't. Oh, maybe it was.
He did win that one at one point. I thought he won the first one.
No.
It was like massive.
Yes, he did win the first one. It was the second one.
Second one, who won the second one?
Oh, why can't I not remember?
Didn't realize the wall was supposed to be a peak.
I'm going to look it up. Anyway, he had finished the tournament with all 20
Oh,
of his time
I know
extensions.
who it was. God, what's his name? I play against him online all the time. He's been a long time reg.
Someone
Cal.
in the chat helps. Cal Anderson. That's
Cal
correct.
Anderson.
Finished the final table with all 20 of his time extensions. It's pretty amazing. I mean, there's got to be one spot where you did it, right?
Where he used the time extension?
Yeah. Sean Phillips says that Connor trained his dolphin and he couldn't be happier with
Yeah.
with the
Now
results.
we're back in the territory where it sounds like it's a joke. Like it's some inside joke amongst friends.
Right. Ace is 9 jack
I
on the
remember
flop.
a friend of mine in Montreal made the final table, and his previous job was as a painter, and you know, that was a very dirty inside joke, and you know, I maybe something similar is going on here. Ace Jack 9. Connor with his ace queen in excellent shape. He raised from the small blind pre-flop. Bet is immediately gets through.
Weston says that Connor taught him how to play Call of Duty.
Oh, hell yeah. Invite me, guys. I play Call of Duty. That's how I blow off steam at the end of a long online session, especially the ones that go poorly and you finish early. You're like, all right, I need a couple of Call of Duty games. Get me in there. Just play a game with just nothing at stake except pride. Ross here. First to act, quickly folds. Byron out with King 3. Pocket aces, though, for our chip leader. Well, I flew here on American Airlines, and so did Connor. Just gonna limp in, though.
Option. Check.
Dylan with the 6-2 of clubs does not build this pot. Interesting board. 7-5-5, 2 clubs. Connor has the ace of clubs in his hand. A texture where I think he may take a pretty passive approach to this hand. Dylan with the 3 straight and 4 flush has a hand that strikes me as a pretty good one to start betting with. Brad Morrison says, didn't Jaffe list his job as a Dolphin trainer back in the early days of the WPT? And that does ring a bell.
That may be the inside joke we're missing.
90? I'd bet 90,000.
Dylan bets 100,000 on that flop. Not a bad one for him with 2 clubs. But the aces. And the ace of clubs in his hand.
And not much reason to raise here on this paired board where the big blind is going to have a lot more 5s than you, and you just have a hand that's very way ahead, way behind, with some protection against the clubs. 9 of spades, not a great card for Connor. You know, you're going to be up against some 8-6 as well. It can be good in the sense that Dylan will bet hands like 9-8 and 10-9 on the flop, and 9-6. And so those hands will continue betting for value, and he does pick up a gut shot to the 8, so I think Dylan has a hand again that is quite a natural barrel. And you know, on the river, he may want to try and rep the 5 all the way.
450.
Wow. 450 is the bet. Connor can't go anywhere with this, though.
No, he's got the bluff catcher. Always weird in these spots where you still play aces and you're like, oh, well, now I'm way ahead, way behind, and I am just going to call down as a bluff catcher, and my hand is suddenly not that special, really. Okay, well, a lot of exciting rivers for Dylan. The 3 of spades, not one of them. Complete brick. Good card for Connor. I think if you're Dylan, this is just a tempting spot to just empty the clip. Having clubs isn't always the best because you block some of the flush draws that will check fold the river, but you can't give up on every club combo, and this is one of your worst. I think having the deuce in your hand makes it even more tempting, and you block straights with the 8-6. So Dylan also just has like a good image. There's a good history of him being willing to like check back the river in close spots. I think this is the time we probably go for it, and Connor's going to have a decision to make, but I'd be surprised if he folds the aces unless Dylan just fires huge or something. I think he's more likely to pot it or like 1.5. And yeah, he goes $1 million.
I think that's going to work out bad for him.
Yes, I don't think Connor is going to fold for $1 million. I think he's going to hum and haw because this spot sucks. But ultimately, you just got to the river with an elite bluff catcher. I'm trying to think, is this a better bluff catcher than 9-8? I guess I'd rather have 9-8 blocking the straight. Question for the solver, what's the better call here, 9-8 or aces? Probably 9-8.
He's considering folding. There's no doubt about that. Oh.
I think he folded. He did. And so the bluff works out for Dylan. Wow.
Wow.
I'm stunned Connor folded that river.
Oh. Nice. Very nice.
Says I folded 7-5. That's not what he wanted to hear. That is not what he wanted to hear. I'm surprised by the fold. That's back-to-back folds I'm surprised by. The 10-9 pre-flop, the aces on the river. I know it doesn't feel good to call there, but I just think your hand's too high up. You unblock the bluffs.
I don't understand. I don't know. You know better than me, but maybe he just has all those chips. He just wants to.
Also, like, Dylan's not a nit. I know he's been snug and he used his image there well in that hand, but he's not a nit. He's a pro. He's a good thinking player. He's going to have an appropriate amount of 3-barrel bluffs there and on a river that doesn't hit any of them.
Dylan on his bio does say tight is right.
Yeah. Yeah, he sold Connor on that belief.
Connor right back at it with queen 3 up against ace 6 for Dylan. He folds. And the rest folds. Connor wins this one. Connor describes his playing style as very tight and that he's a nit.
See, yeah, now I really think he's trolling with the Dolphin trainer.
But he is going to donate some of his money here and buy a Porsche with the rest. He enjoys fishing.
He's got 10-8 of diamonds here. So he casts his rod out once more. Does fold around to Byron. I don't think he'll take a flop with Queen Deuce. Now, we've entered that stage of the tournament where there's just a lot of folding to the chip leader pre-flop. I wonder how much that influenced his river decision, which is like, yeah, I call and I'm right some of the time, but if I fold, I'm still big chip leader and everyone has to keep folding me. But if I call and I'm wrong, Dylan's on my left and we're basically like co-chip leaders and he gets to make my life a lot harder than if I just fold and steal a bunch of pots pre-flop and he's kind of handcuffed.
I'd do it for a couple $100,000.
And it's always easy for me to say, looking at Dylan's hand, they're like, oh, you gotta call aces there. I would just hate my life and call on the river. I'm just,
Yeah.
This sucks. I call.
And for me, I just can't fold aces.
120.
Dylan back to work with ace king now on the cutoff. Over to Connor in the big blind with
Ooh.
nines.
Now we're going to get a battle here.
Yeah, we are, but they're too deep for Connor to like 3-bet and blow up this pot. This is a good example of the kind of hand that should be calling pre-flop big blind versus cutoff, as opposed to earlier in a tournament where you would do some amount of 3-betting. Like, I even think stuff like pocket jacks should probably just call pre-flop. Maybe queens?
Ace, king, 9 on the flop. Nope. Queen, 6, 4 on the flop.
Check.
Get that check from Connor.
Dylan can mix bets and checks here. It's because he raised pre-flop and the board's not that connected. It's not a mandatory bet or anything. Safe rule in ICM in these spots where both players have some pressure on them is that our C-bet frequency goes down and our sizing leans smaller. Dylan has bet quite small here, around 20-25% pot. Connor makes the call with his nines. Another queen on the turn. Good card for Connor's nines.
Check.
I think Dylan will mostly check. Betting here again, not a crazy idea. 7 on the river, though. Connor has to feel great about his hand. And from what we've seen in the past, he likes sizing up here in these spots where he suspects he has the best hand. And it's overwhelmingly likely that he does here. He can be up against 10s and jacks, so I don't think he wants to like completely nuke this pot.
250.
Yeah, he bets 250 and a very fast fold from Dylan.
I'm good.
Connor adding to his chip lead here.
As long as it's good.
Some dealers don't like it. It's weird.
I will say sometimes it really messes up my read. You know what I mean? Just kind of get used to all the motions of it.
Sure.
It's all good.
One of the newbies in the WSOP last year, he touched her butt and she went off.
I won't bite, I promise.
Action with Russ on our cutoff.
So I'm supposed to be the one
9-6, not likely to get played.
who touched it again.
7.
Now Byron,
She might work here, but
neither is 8-5. Does Connor have any folds in him pre-flop? 9-3 offsuit. Almost as bad as it gets, but he still will limp in here. Dylan does have the worst hand for a heads-up pot. 3-2 offsuit.
Told we're going to get the winner of that drawing very soon.
Action with Byron. And his piece of junk hand. Connor on the button. Feels like he might get after it here with his Jack 6-0. We've seen how aggressively he's been raising the big blind of Russ. With Jack 4. Russ doesn't have much decision here. Kind of hit a lull in the action. Which strikes me as a good time to talk some NFL, Matt.
There you go. How about them boys?
How about them boys? Looked real good last night. Not that it matters that much. Season's pretty over at this point.
Stop it. We're going to go on a run here.
You're, what, 4-6-1?
Yes. I have the over 7. That's all I need.
Over 7, I believe in. I think you can get over 7.
Still got the Giants and the Redskins on the schedule.
Sorry.
A depleted San Diego Chargers, who just lost to the local Jacksonville Jaguars a couple days ago in wild fashion.
That was an absurd game. That was an absurd game. Ace Jack of spades for Connor.
Raise 120.
He raises to 120. And Dylan with King Queen of spades.
Call.
Hello, Ian. Good to have you in the chat. Where are you all watching from? Give us I want to see some other countries. Where's everybody out there watching from? And how's your weather? Vegas weather, it's been raining for the last 4 days, Tony. We need it in Vegas, but it's also good that we aren't there to see it.
Yeah, I was sent a video today. It's like pouring.
Weather's been amazing here in Jacksonville. Usually is this time of year. Like 75 to 80 degrees every day. The country of Kansas. St. Paul, Minnesota. Hello. St. Augustine just down the street.
Russ here, quite out of line over calling the 4-3 diamonds. This strikes me as a losing patience type of play. Like, he's generally been pretty solid pre-flop. He hasn't made any like really adventurous calls out of the small blind, but this is the first time where he's just like way out of pocket.
Flops a 3, but also Dylan flops a king.
Yeah.
No spades on that board. I mean, if you're going to play 4-3, is this the kind of flop you want to see?
Put it this way, if you're going to play 4-3, if ever there was a flop you're going to like check raise and turn your hand into a bluff, it's something like this, where you block the bottom set, you've got 3 to a straight. I don't think calling pre-flop is ever a good idea, though. You should never really be in this position.
And the worst hand, ace-jack bets 120. Now the action's on Dylan. Maine and New Mexico and Wisconsin. That's where Tony's from. Tony's from Wisconsin.
I was just in Wisconsin. It was very cold. They had a polar vortex or something shoot down from Canada. Damn Canadians. This is why we tariff them, sending us polar vortexes. It was freezing. Freezing. It's like 25 degrees in November. Ugh.
And Russell does make the call.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is not shaping up well. I mean, a 6 spades on the turn provides some potential, but
may just cause more pain.
Yeah, maybe just cause more pain. I don't like where this hand is headed. One bit. And Byron really being rewarded for just being the most patient man on the table. Just trying to wait out Russ and move up. What would be $38,000 if he can outlast him here. Russ getting mixed up in a hand he should never be in, and really increasing the likelihood that he is our 4th place finisher. Even if he doesn't lose a lot in this hand, Matt, just like bleeding out and creating that big separation between himself and Byron makes it much more likely. But with the 6 on the turn, does Dylan want to bet his hand? I think I usually would if I were in his shoes. I'm a little weirded out by the fact that we're still in a 3-way pot, but I think that Russ would usually raise the flop with 5s and 3s. I don't know that he has overcalling a set in him on a flush draw board against 2 players as the short stack. I don't know that you really should. You should probably just fast play them all. And he doesn't have ace-king, so how do you not have the best hand here? So there we are, 300K. And now, I mean, this is kind of why we don't play these 4-3 suited. So we get here to the turn. I guess we should probably continue. We have a gajillion outs, but like they're made unclean by the heart draw out there as well. And if we call and just end up folding the river, now you got 680K back. You're in like 10 big blind push fold territory. I think this hand really illustrates why we don't want to get involved pre-flop. And yeah, I've generally liked how Russ has approached this final table, but this is the first hand I have to be very openly critical of. Does make a call.
This is where we lose Connor.
Yep. And look, Russ's outs are live going to the river. Any 3, 4, deuce, 7.
And it's an ace.
It's an ace, so it's going to go check, check, because Dylan must be concerned that Russ has like ace-high hearts. And he's going to lose this pot and be a real short stack at the table.
Check.
He only has like less than half pot. So maybe Dylan is thinking about a jam here, but if I'm him, I'm really worried that Russ just has ace-high hearts. And I'm just value cutting myself. And that even if I jam, maybe he like makes some insane fold with the king. Nope, he's gonna go for it. Dylan correct that he has the best hand. As we've seen earlier, Dylan generally checks back in thin spots on the river. But again, this is only for half pot. Maybe he believes Russ would fast play an ace-high flush draw earlier in the hand, and so it's just really, really unlikely that that's what he has on this river. In which case, if you say, okay, I really don't believe that he gets here with the ace-high flush draw that way, I have the best hand. Dylan absolutely correct, and who knows? Russ might just call off the tournament here out of frustration. Just decide that, you know, Dylan, screw it. He's got a missed flush draw. Gotcha. And we know that's not the case.
Impatience, which you talked about.
Yeah. It's exactly what's happened in this hand, and it is compounded during this hand. Please don't do it, Ross. Save yourself for later. The tournament doesn't have to be over here.
Yeah.
He's shuffling his chips like a man who's gonna frustration call the river. That's my longtime poker pro read.
He said, "Why did I get myself in this pickle?"
Yes,
which is exactly what you've been saying.
Yes, yes. I'm afraid that's true, and yeah, he feels to me like a guy who's gonna go and just jam the chips in. No, but there he goes to fold. So I misread him there. Dylan didn't know. What a beautiful jam on the river. He almost got the hero call and took the remaining 680K that resides in Russ's stack. After that pot, Russ gonna be the clear short stack now. Byron, loving life. Just what he was hoping for. Here's my question about the NFL this week, Matt.
Okay.
Who's the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns?
Shedeur Sanders.
Is it? Did we announce Shedeur Sanders? It has,
Yes.
Surely it must be Dylan Gabriel.
No, I think he's concussion, so I think he's out.
It's Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
And the Browns are only getting 3.5 in Las Vegas?
Yes. It's all defense.
I don't know. I think I'm going to have to lose some money on the Raiders. I mean, Shedeur just, like,
He was
couldn't
4
play.
of 16.
He was 4 of 16. He was hopeless in the pocket. He took enormous amounts of sacks. He couldn't navigate anything. Couldn't get the ball out. I don't. This seems mental to me. Surely the Raiders are going to be super public, though, after how everywhere the Shedeur lowlights were. That's all that worries me, but I told you that Dallas was going to be public
didn't
last
have many
night.
highlights either.
But he's still, like, Gino's still, even if he's not good anymore, he's still a fringe NFL caliber quarterback with a acceptable defense and good weapons, right?
Russell has shoved all in here with Jack 10. I think the frustration has found its home, but I'm
Boiled
telling
over
you,
a little
there you
bit.
go. He's got this one. Come on, Russell. Get back in it for the old guys. The golfer, too. He's a golfer. Pretty good golfer, as a matter of fact. Doesn't believe in any superstitions. He has 10 brothers and sisters, does Russell. Hope they're out there watching. If you are, make sure to say hello. Our generation doesn't know how to use chat, though, so that's a problem.
No, your generation and above has a very odd way of texting.
Byron is taking his time with the 7-3. He actually used a time extension here. What's the play here, Tony?
I don't know what he's doing. I'll be
Could
honest.
be the end of a level, maybe.
Yeah, maybe he's
It could be the end of a level.
end of a
now.
level,
This
and,
might be.
and
Yeah,
he's
that's exactly what's
making
happening.
sure that Russ pays a bigger big blind. Devious stuff from Byron.
Yes, that's what he's doing. He's going to put, look at Russ staring at him. He's going to put Russ in the big blind, and I've seen this play before. We've seen it from Alex Foxen. against Sam Soverall, who, by the way, had an interesting tweet today. I don't know if you saw it.
Sam Soverall.
Yeah.
That will be interesting.
It was in response to a WPT tweet.
You'll have to show it to me. I don't know how to find him.
Okay.
Oh, wait, there he is. Okay, that's him. I'm not seeing anything.
Just 10-3. It calls it 30,000.
Heads up. Check.
$60 is the bet.
Gentlemen, your blinds and antes are up this hand, okay? Blinds and antes now at 80,000 ante, 40,000 small blind, 80,000 big blind. We are set to color up what's left of those gray chips at the end of this level, okay?
Let's hope I get there.
What do you think of that that move there by Byron to get the short stacked in the bigger blind, big blind?
It would only be right.
I think it's devious.
Okay.
And I don't think there's anything like wrong with it.
I say you can use those time extension chips whenever you want.
Yeah,
There
I
are
agree.
others, operators, that don't feel that should be the case.
Fold 9.
Byron folds is 8-6.
Raise 200. Fold. Fold.
Connor wins another one. Meta John, what's going on, buddy? Also Johnny Ha in the chat.
Oh,
Hello,
yeah.
guys.
Some stream team members showing out today. Good to have you with us. Connor here with the ace-9.
Raise 160. Fold 3.
Russ here in the small blind with Jack-9. Yeah, really thinking about getting involved there. Byron with 10-5 in the big blind. He doesn't want part of it. So Connor just lengthens his lead. Connor Rash sounds like a quarterback name.
Yes.
That's my take.
We have the guy that Tyler Shook,
Tyler
Connor
Shook,
Rash,
Connor Rash,
Spencer Rattler.
Trace McSorley.
Jamarcus Russell. I don't know. They were showing all the history of the Raiders quarterbacks. It's a pretty amazing list.
Brutal.
I thought Derek Carr was okay.
He was fine.
And a super nice guy.
Yeah.
I met him a few times.
Yeah, he seems like he was a great presence in the locker room.
Yeah.
Russ here all in for less than 10 blinds now with his deuces. I think Connor's going to call it. Yes, he will. So Russ all in and flipping for his tournament life. The devious of maneuvering of Byron Caverman, perhaps, coming into effect there. Bleeding him out a little extra here, so he's extra short and he has to jam the deuces. Who knows? I think he probably does it either way, but an interesting move there. And on 7-6-5, Russ retains the lead with his deuces. Connor will need to improve, or running straight could provide a chop pot. 4 on the turn does create that straight possibility. Neither player holding a spade.
I would be happy with a chop.
You would be? No, you wouldn't be.
Queen of spades, the deuces.
You can't
for
be
Russ.
pulling for a chop there. You got to go for the double up, Russ. Come on.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just making sure the amount was right.
I thought you were asking me for 30 seconds.
There he is, double up.
That is good.
Russ here.
Folds up.
Gonna fold 4 deuce. Byron likely out with 9-7.
Fold 9.
Unfortunate result for Byron. He was close to moving up that jump on the leaderboard, or on the payout. And that's a $38,000 difference. Instead, he's going to be the short stack now.
Go.
Connor here will limp in with Jack-7 hearts. Dylan with the ace-queen of spades will probably want to play for more. A surprising check behind from Dylan. I think his hand is good enough and stacks are deep enough. He can still raise some quality hands like the ace-queen of spades. And on Jack-8-5, 2 spades, we could see some fireworks even in this limp pot. Connor starts with a check on his top pair, and a surprising check behind from Dylan. Jeez, where is the money in this pot, Matt? Because the turn is the jack of spades. If this had been raised pre-flop, this could have been enormous. Instead, Connor turns trips. Dylan has the ace-high flush, and nobody has put a chip into this pot yet. Connor bets 120 for half pot. I assume Dylan will raise, but I'm wrong about everything this hand. Just a call. 3 of spades on the river will kill the action. Connor likely to limit his losses now. And what a pot this could have been, Matt. Instead, there's 5 or 6 blinds in it. Connor gonna go for a little more value.
80.
That's 80K. And now Dylan will be raising.
Raise 350 total.
There it is, 350 from Dylan with the ace-high flush. He does make the call.
Big pot there for Dylan.
Wow.
Dylan just behind Connor, Rash, and Chips now.
Now the chips finally went in the pot on the river. Both these guys proceeding cautiously in the early streets.
So the Soverall tweet was deleted.
I see. Right. Mm-hmm.
That was a response.
What in the fucking world? Excuse my language. Oh my goodness. What an interesting character. Byron here passing on the Jack 4. Connor with the King 7.
Raised to 160. Fold.
Goes up to 160.
Unbelievable.
Gonna make the call here.
Heads up.
And what a flop for Connor. Just flops the joint on King 7-7. Tempting spot to check back. Not only is it a paired board where you should check back a decent amount, but yeah, you cage the board so hard, it's very difficult for Russ to have anything.
Russell's checked again. Connor just hoping he has a piece of that, but he does not.
At 110.
110. Quick bet and take it for the full house of Connor Rash.
We have our winner.
All right,
We
do
have our
tell.
winner. It is a local player, and her name is Kelly Slay.
Okay.
She played in this event and registered for the WPT Live app, so happy to see it. Interesting story about Kelly Slay. Her husband's name is also Kelly Slay.
Wow.
But it has an extra E in her name, so therefore she is the winner of our first WPT Prime Seed. It makes sense because most of the people that had registered for the live app had done so here for this event. You'll need to do so at Seminole Hard Rock and for the WPT Championship Win Las Vegas. But do sign up for the WPT Live app. It's going to have a lot of extra features that are going to be added over the time, but to get it, it is free. And we are going to do 3 more drawings for WPT Prime seats before the final registration time, which will be December 3rd for that drawing. So do sign up. WPT Live is on Apple and on your Android app store. Make sure you check it out. All right, Byron now with 8-4 of diamonds. Are you feeling frustrated here if you're in Byron's seat?
Well, you wanted Russ to lose that all in with the deuces, so that's a little frustrating, but that's also part of poker. It's not that easy to just ladder up by other people busting out. I don't know that there's a lot of hands Byron played today that should frustrate him. And he certainly hasn't taken any, like, especially brutal beats. in memory. So I think he's just doing his thing, staying patient. As we've seen, you know, Russ, by calling with hands like that 4-3 suited, is apt to make some losing patience mistakes. Byron knows that there's still 38,000 to be had by moving up to third position in the payouts. Connor here with the King Jack and the small blind. Now, we've seen him almost entirely limp the small blind against Dylan. I wonder as there starts to be more separation whether he begins raising. I guess there's not as much. I thought Dylan was more around 4.5, but at 6-3 to 7-8, I like that Connor is still just limping in as a starting point from the small blind. And on Ace King 10, he's got middle pair and a gut shot. Dylan with a gut shot needing one of Connor's jacks.
No diamonds on the flop. Connor bets 80,000. Turn card's another ace.
Nice card for Connor's King Jack.
Check. Check.
4 on the river.
King Jack gets a check mark for Connor.
Value time for Connor. Going big again as he likes to do on the river. Bets 1.5x pot. Dylan with his queen high doesn't have much reason to call there.
We are at 40 and 80,000 now.
Keep coming this way.
Chips falling towards you.
Being told that Russ is a very good short stack player. So let's see how he does. Got 2 short stacks now and the 2 big stacks.
Yeah, he's slightly
Interesting
outchips
dynamic.
Byron. Yeah,
He outchips Byron by
a couple 100,000, I believe.
Raise 160. Hold.
Connor continues to attack Russ, and Russ really doesn't find much to play back with.
Need some yellow.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Connor, yet again, with the aces. I think he's the only one to find him at this final table so far. Certainly has the right image to get some action. Size is up. I'm not a fan of that. Byron's short enough that you should be able to min-raise fold. But when you 2.5x, you sort of force Byron into a spot where he doesn't see the flop very much, and you want to give him a chance to just like take a flop, find top pair, and get out. Like King 9 might peel for a min-raise. For a 2.5x, Byron may just make a snug fold here.
Gone through his time.
Yeah. I think there is this tendency when the big blind gets below 10 blinds, everyone thinks like, oh, I need to put in 2.5x to make sure they aren't just like priced in to see a cheap flop. But I think that's more true around like 5 and 6 blinds. When they're at 8-9, you should still have some raised folds, especially under ICM, and especially as the chip leader who's raising tons of hands. So the aces strike me as a very natural min-raise hand, and a little bit of a misstep from Connor there by sizing up. Obviously not like some big blunder, he still raised aces, but I do think that Byron takes a flop for 80K with King 9, certainly with like King 10. But for 200K, you're just going to end up making him fold a lot of these second best hands that could make top pair and then go bust against you.
One better I call.
Dylan folding Queen 3. Russ with King Jack has a hand he should consider jamming on the button here, just 11 blinds. And he will make the play. Byron behind with 9-7 can't play. Will our chip leader in the big blind wake up with something quality?
It's 100. It's at 900 on
No. So a quick raise and take it for Russ. But a key victory because it further pads his lead between himself and Byron, who now can't just like wait him out. You know, you can hope when he has maybe a couple blinds more than you that maybe he's forced to go all in first with some middling hand, like a King Jack, and gets busted. But when he's got you almost 2-1, now as Byron, you say, okay, if I get a close spot, I have to take it. Connor now with Jack 3 of diamonds in the small blind. Quick victory for Connor there. Byron folds 3 deuce. Gonna pay the blinds next hand. Be very short after that. Connor should continue raising the button here. Russ should play extra tight while Byron is so short. Dylan and Russ, really.
Dylan with a playable King 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, he may consider this. He knows that Connor's going to be very out of line right now. So, you know, perhaps he'll sneak in a few light 3 bets. Might do a decent amount of calling. But he's going to fold. That's what they say. It's, well, this isn't very fun. You know, I think he has room to see a flop here and go for it if he flops an ace. I don't know about that fold. That seems a little too snug. Byron's not like so short he's a certainty to bust before you. I don't think you can stop playing poker I do think that if he was going to reshove, he should mostly stick to suited aces and like better or worse aces, and maybe ace-8 is the kind that you see a flop with. Then again, you have some fold equity up against a guy who's opening a crazy amount of hands, so it's certainly a close one, but I don't think you want to fold. Connor, right back to work. This time, making the same 2.5x raise with King 8 here, so I can appreciate that, you know, he does this with aces, he does this with King 8. Either way, he's basically saying to Byron, I'm not going to let you see a cheap flop. Yeah, this is the hand for Byron. I will say, I'm interested to see whether he calls or jams. Because you could tell yourself that, hey, if I jam, I'm mostly jamming into, like, I don't know. You still beat a lot of stuff. But something like King 10 would be an interesting question. Do you call or do you shove? I think with King Jack, Byron will shove. I wouldn't be that shocked if he calls, but I think he's going to put it in. The reason I'm uncertain is because if you call, you have room to check fold on the worst possible flops. And if you jam, your opponent's calling every ace high, and so now you're just like slightly behind in a flip for your tournament life. That's not great, but I think King Jack is still ahead of enough stuff, and this 2.5x price is so prohibitive. I think Byron will just put it in. No, he's just gonna call. Okay.
Oh, good flop for Byron here.
Yep.
Both players.
Yep.
Flop top pair.
Money's going in now. Byron's got the backup with the Jack of Hearts here and King 10-6. Like, Connor's loving life on this flop. He thinks this is great. It's just a matter of, do you bet one big blind or just put them all in? Like, what do you want to do here? Probably bet one big blind because you're going to be raising a bunch of nonsense that wants to bet fold. He's going to go one big blind.
80.
And now, you know, does Byron want to go all in, or does he want to make it 160K? I don't think you really need to get into limit poker territory here. I think it's all in or fold is your decision. I mean, you're going to have some calls, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's just go time. He leaves the one behind.
Talked about that earlier, leaving one chip behind.
I don't understand it in this spot.
No?
Maybe somebody could enlighten me. I don't get why we do it here. I don't really know. What are we hoping for? Is that like he calls and we jam the turn and fold? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know what we're hoping for. It's not a big deal. I'm just curious. I would love to ask Byron. 10 on the turn creates some chop pot possibilities, but the 9 on the river delivers the victory for Byron. So he and Russ both getting recent double ups to prolong their time at this final table. He does now outchip Russ by, I would say, 300-400K. And so I expect Byron to kind of go back into his shell here. I think priority one for him is outlasting Russ. And if Russ doubles up, then Byron will open his game up. But while he has this buffer, he's going to play pretty conservative.
38K buys a lot of diapers.
Yes, it does. $38,000 is a lot of money.
Can't lie, I was screaming for an 8.
Russ is like, yeah, you better believe I won the 8.
Dylan now with ace-9. Raises to 160. Jack 7 of hearts versus ace 9. 2 hearts on that flop, including the ace. Dylan, 66% on that flop.
Interesting check behind from Dylan. I do like it, though. You just don't want to bloat pots up against the chip leader. And so when you have these medium strength hands on boards where you are going to have some check frequency with king high, with second pair, with pocket pairs under the 10, even under the ace, mixing in some check behinds with an ace, and especially one that has some protection against the backdoor flush draw, makes a lot of sense. So I like that check from Dylan. Now Connor with the flush draw. Looks like he's going to bet really big on this turn. Yeah, wow. he says, let's go big. You know, Connor's game is really interesting to me. He is somebody who forces the other opponents, especially the second and chips player, to play big pots that are very uncomfortable under ICM pressure. Can't help but wonder if he's just studied ICM poker a lot and was like, ooh, wow, when I'm chip leader, all I should do is like overbet and play huge pots against people and make their lives tough.
It does make the call.
Yep. Yeah, Dylan check behind so he could call bet comfortably on the turn, even an overbet. And look, there's an awful lot of draws out there, and he's aware of it, so he's not folding for the one bet. 3 of hearts on the river does deliver the flush for Connor. And I think this will be a tough spot for Dylan to get away, because Connor will probably bet big. You've got a very relevant blocker in the 9 of hearts. Stuff like 8-7 missed. I guess 7-4 got there. Yeah, I guess 8-7 is the only other draw that missed that could overbet the turn with much frequency. I don't know how often Connor is like bombing Queen Jack on the turn and then following through in the river. Or maybe when he has like the Queen or Jack of hearts in his hand, but this is going to be a very interesting decision for Dylan, assuming he faces, you know, what I'm going to guess is anywhere from like 75 to 150% pot. We know Dylan likes the big bets on the river. Yeah, and so he does bet like 120% pot, 2 million. Wow. Love that sizing here.
This table dynamic is playing a lot into this, correct?
Absolutely. And just a really tough decision for Dylan. You've got the heart blocker. It's a pretty relevant one. But you lose the most value. I'm trying to think what heart is best to have here. Maybe like the 8 of hearts? Blocking combo draws that are most likely to overbet? Maybe the ace with the 8 of hearts or 7 of hearts is the best one to have. 9 still seems like a fine card to have. I'm not exactly sure what you're supposed to do in Dylan's shoes. Maybe call a very low percentage of the time. I'm just not sure. ICM really distorts things, especially, Matt, if he calls, now he's in the territory of his 2 opponents. And he does call.
Wow.
I mean, he's just faced so many overbets on the river from Connor. I don't blame him for making the call with a very apt bluff catcher like ace-9 and the 9 of hearts. I totally understand why Dylan did that. He's shown a lot of discipline in earlier pots where he did end up making the fold on the river. And Connor, to his credit, has continued with the overbets. He's done it in some spots where he's getting thin value. He did it at least once as a bluff, and he's done it many times with strong value hands, of which he's had plenty.
And there's the chip counts, Tony.
Woo!
Wow.
Running away with this thing.
11 million in chips up top. Dylan's not short.
No.
But
Russ should definitely consider the jam. Yeah, there he goes for 11 blinds. Now is our clear short stack.
Byron with 6-7 folds.
2 more quick folds leads to a Rust victory. So he takes that down. Back north of $1 million.
That puts Rust 14 bigs, and Byron still sitting at 16, and Dylan 38. 67% of the chips in play for Connor Rash, looking for his first big title.
Ooh, this is a close one for Byron with the 6s. I'd like to see what he does here. If ever there was a spot to fold a surprisingly big pair, this kind of feels like it. Then again, you do cover Rust, so I guess if you open, you're raise calling, but it's not very fun. Maybe he's considering a jam, but he's a little heavy for that. He goes for the I'm kind of all in, but not. He put in about half his stack. So he leaves room if there's like crazy amounts of action behind him to fold.
But he wins a nice full pot there.
Now Connor's going to start open jamming, which Dylan still has almost 40 blinds. This is ambitious to me. I don't think you need to start doing this stuff. Russ with the ace-10. I mean, this is the first time he's faced a play like this, but he probably should call off here. Byron's got him out-chipped by 400,000 now. Yeah, I think that's just a little too snug because Byron out-chips you. Now, if you had a lead on Byron, we could talk about folding. But I think the most likely hand you're going to be up against is going to be some small pairs, and that sucks. But a lot of ace-X. A lot of ace-X suited. You fare very well against those hands with ace-10.
And if we're going to see more of those from Connor, those ace-10s are going to look better and better.
You know, that is an aspect of ICM play I haven't studied too much. It's like the guy you have a huge lead. The guy on your left has 30, 40 blinds. And the next two players both have 10. It would make sense that you get to open jam surprisingly wide there. I don't know. Dylan had like 40, though. 40's kind of a lot. Reminds me of that famous hand from WPT World Champs where it was Houdon. Elliot Houdon?
Yes.
His name? No, excuse me. It was Benny Glazer open jammed ace jack for like a gajillion blinds. When Elliot was like second in chips and everyone else was kind of short. And Elliot found kings and called him and held. And, you know, I've always wondered, like, is that a play you're supposed to make, or do you fare better by min-raising? I think against most opponents, you're going to do better min-raising, but it's an aspect of ICM that's very specific to a scenario where you have tons, somebody else is like a second in chips, and then everyone else is kind of handcuffed around the same stack size. And if everyone's playing under ICM correctly, they should only call off really tight. But that can go haywire quickly if some of your opponents are calling too wide under ICM. Especially if the person who's second in chips calls too wide under ICM. Kings, not too wide. But probably close. Probably shockingly close.
Byron, Jack 7 offsuit. Let's it go. King 8 for Connor. You know he's playing this.
All in from the 9.
He's
All
going to
in.
keep jamming on
Wow.
Dylan.
Dylan 6 deuce. That'll be an easy fold.
Yeah.
Nice spot to be in, Tony.
Very fun to have a huge chip lead at a final table, especially when You've got a guy firmly in second who has to fold everything to you, and then 2 short stacks trying to outlast each other. That's just an ideal setup for the chip leader.
Tesla, you cannot join this tournament because we're at the final table, but we do have some tournaments coming up. Our next stop will be at Seminole Hard Rock, a huge festival. I think it's already underway, by the way. And we have, after that, our WPT World Championship Festival at Wynn Las Vegas.
Josh Gwindon says the 55 big blind jam with ace jack into kings is too much ICM.
All in from the 1.
Yeah, it was certainly my opinion watching it in real time. It was just much too deep for that kind of thing.
There he
Russ
is.
snap calls pocket 5s, and you know, unfortunately for him, he's actually flipping here. Like, Connor's gonna love the result when he sees the 5s. I would rather see Russ call off that ace 10 than the 5s here.
Okay.
Calling off with the small pairs, you're basically always flipping, and it's sort of a disaster. Calling off with the ace 10, you are often 70-30, and then usually flipping when you're like wrong. So I think that would have been a much better call to make than these 5s. I understand the call with 5s as well, but it's pretty close, Matt. And on queen 6-3, the 5 is still in good shape. Byron would love to see a jack or a 7 right now. 3 on the turn, so the 5's in great shape going to the river. And it's an 8, 5s and 3s. Good for Russ. Another double up with the small pair here, surviving the flip. You got to win them to have a big score in a poker tournament, man.
Yes. Very nice hand there for Russ. And the half he's going to give to his wife. May have just got a little bit bigger. Russell Dizer from Pine City, New York.
Don't call it a comeback.
Yeah.
Pocket 5's good. Now in 3rd chip position. Connor can afford that loss. What's he want to do with jack 6? Probably min raise.
160. Full 3.
Oh, sorry. I don't think I ever showed anybody.
Full 7.
Byron out of there with the 9-3, and so a quick win for Connor. Rich get richer.
Good.
Russell says he's been playing poker since he was 8 years old, so that's 52 years.
Dylan with the 10s. Now in a spot where he needs to be pretty conservative with the kind of hands he opens, but this would be good enough.
Raise 160.
Russell deuces.
Yeah, I would not like Russ continuing here. I think he can just fold to the open. Now his job is to outlast Byron. Even if we're strictly playing for chips, it would be very thin to continue. Oh, well, Dylan about to get coolered here by Byron, and after being our chip leader or co-chip leader for much of this final table, he may actually be the short stack if he doubles Byron up here. Yeah, I think he would.
Good fold by Russ, by the way.
I don't think Byron's going to do anything cute, like 3-bet leaving room to fold. I've been wrong many times today, but yeah, he's just basically putting it in.
Did leave the 1 chip behind as well.
Chip.
Explain that to me, Tony.
I can't. I don't know why we're doing it in these spots. Somebody could. Somebody knows the theory behind this more than me. I don't get it really here.
All in called. Kings versus tens. Dylan's going to get the bad news here as we go to the flop. Wow, real rough for Dylan.
Nothing Dylan can do here, just coolered.
Flop queen, jack, and 7. 2 diamonds, and Byron has a king of diamonds in his hand. It's 4 hearts on the turn. And now the river. It's a 3. Byron Caverman doubles up.
Pretty disastrous run for Dylan recently.
With that pot, you see it there. Dylan is our short stack, 1.675. Wow, all 3 players within 600,000 in chips. 700,000. Interesting dynamic here, Tony. It really is.
Very favorable one for Connor. You know, now nobody even has like a natural rejamming stack. He can just kind of open wide and expect his opponents to be very cooperative. So he's just kind of bleed out. Byron here on the button with 30 blinds has 7-6 of diamonds.
6-7.
6-7, of course. Excuse me. Kind of close. I don't know if he's going to play it.
Doesn't have an effect on a guy like him, but for me, I just got those chips. I want to hold on to them for a minute.
Now Connor cannot actually jam very wide because Dylan is the shortest stack, has the least to lose by calling off. Yeah, I don't like this one bit.
2.1.
I do not like this.
Because?
It's just too many chips with a real junk hand like 6-5. Like, you can jam 6-5 suited here. That's fine. It does get the ace-5 fold, though, so that's excellent. But, yeah, I think Dylan is the shortest stack, but still having 20-21 blinds. You don't get to just, like, crazy all-in against him from the small blind. You get to do some all-inning and some raise folding. I think a lot of middling suited hands there are played as a jam. I think ace-x and pairs are played as a jam, the smaller pairs anyway. You know, certainly any suited connectors, but even really just like a lot of suited gapping hands. But we also have just a bunch of hands that wants to raise fold and some induce. You know, our strongest hands want to raise call. 6-5 offsuit. That's just probably too far down the list to play as an all-in. But he gets away with it this time. And it's a tough style to play against, that's for sure. This play I like better. All right, he's doing it into 2 players. He's got an ace in his hand. They're both around 20-something blinds. Really like this jam from Connor. And as we said, you know, Rush shows him an ace. Don't think that's a good idea. I think the fold is a good idea, but I think showing an ace, not advisable. Just encourage.
That's one I might have shown if I was Connor.
Show him the ace, knowing that you had the worst possible one?
Yeah.
Muck the deuce, show the ace.
Right.
Yeah, I like where your head's at.
Or show the deuce, muck the ace.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Because then he might spike call you down in the future, and then you both lose money.
Don't do that. All right, Connor with Jack-7 of clubs. Seems like another hand that he might
open jam. At these distributions, he might just open jam this. Something like Jack-9 suited, Jack-10 suited makes a natural jam, so Jack-7 suited being pretty close to those feels like fair game.
See Paul Petralia out there. Missed you this week, Paul. Where were you? Former champion here, best bet in this event.
Doing with King Jack, has 18 blinds. Interesting decision. I'm not open jamming this one in his shoes. He might. He's going to make it 400K. He 5X's it. That gets Russ out with the ace-4 of clubs. That'll almost certainly get Byron out with the ace-5.
It does. Connor with 8-3.
That one will get through.
Good.
Again, why 5X there, Tony?
Well, he didn't want to open jam 18 blinds, but he doesn't want to allow Connor cheat flop. He's allowing himself, he's like raising big and basically blasting Connor out of the pot while allowing room to fold if there's a bunch of action behind him. I don't know what he would have done if, say, like Russ jams. I guess he's calling off because he's pretty committed, but I don't really know. That might be a play. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure that he should just go ahead and min-raise there. Deuces at this stack size, probably just a little too deep to jam, but maybe Byron will consider it. He has like 27 blinds here, though.
Seen a lot of
Seems
deuces.
like a lot.
Deuces are hot, Tony.
Deuces are very hot at this final table. And he is jamming into the short stack. So he's not risking quite as much as some other scenarios, but Connor behind him can call pretty comfortably. Yeah, he'll let that go. I like the fold. Plus Connor's going to jam for him anyway. Dylan looks like he has a maybe call hand. Nope.
We don't know what it is, but he did fold.
No, it was his pair, yeah.
It was a pair?
It was a pair of threes. They had
Wow.
2s, 5s, 3s. 5s win.
You calling there with a hand like King Jack?
Ugh, I don't know. I don't know if you're supposed to. But you can't fold everything, especially as the shortest stack when you're facing all-ins from a guy who's jamming what feels like 100% and might be close to that. I don't know if you get to fold King Jack. Similar situation to the 2's last hand for Byron. I think he just has to muck these small pairs. They play too awkwardly at this stack size and with this distribution.
Shaking his head like he knows what you're saying. He folds. Connor with 9s. Wow.
This is good enough to induce. I would not like the jam here. Unless you think you're going to get called wider. Yeah. You know, because he's still min-raise folding some bad hands. Oh, and he's just cooler here.
Pairs were all around.
Yeah. So Dylan's all in, and Connor's definitely going to call. And it's just a matter of can he get lucky. I like the min-raise from Connor here, though.
Russ with ace-6.
Well, after that 3-bet, I'm not sure why he's so agonized.
Maybe because he wanted to do the shoving.
That would have backfired this time.
Russ folds.
All in, call, and here we go.
All right, queens versus 9s. Dylan Smith all in. Only WPT champion here, looking to be a 2-time champion. He'll be back over $3 million in chips if he wins this pot. back into second place. Flop, king, queen, 6. Clean and good flop for Dylan as he will win this pot.
Yes, he will.
Didn't even need the queen, but he got the set and the big double up. That puts him now at 3.1 and Connor at 9 million.
Nice, Sam.
You guys are good at all this.
Can't win them all, Matt. Connor's really had his run of things at this final table, but eventually the luck does swing towards other people. Still got a commanding lead here. He'll keep applying pressure on these 3, but it's hard to just steamroll a final table, win every all-in, always have the coolers on your side, river all the hands that you need. Does he want to open 8-7? Yes, he does.
Raise 160, full 3.
Folds to Byron in the big blind. And with 3 deuce, he cannot play. Google Gmail says, was the 9-9 a punt? No, that was a good play from Connor, making the min raise to induce his opponents to shove behind him. 9s are strong enough to just raise call there, and that's what he did. He just so happened to run into a better hand and a pair of queens. Yeah, and there's a spot. I don't quite understand why Byron takes his 5 or 10 seconds. But I think it's okay to just look down at 3-2-0 and be like, yep, out. He's not egregious or anything. It's just, yeah. I wouldn't mind asking him, like, why did you do that? Ross out on the button. Now Byron in the small blind, and that will be a hard hand to play against our chip leader. He's going to fold it.
Only I moved the button right, Russ.
I won't touch it again now. Count it.
Russ now with the 9-6 of hearts. Going out. Byron with ace-7. He's found a hand he can raise on the button. In these situations, Matt, the ace-X offsuits go up in value while the small pairs go down in value. So I do think Byron will get involved here. After folding those small pairs in earlier hands. That's a surprising fold. I'll be honest, I don't think it's a good one. Byron's played a really excellent final table, but I don't think that's the right fold to make there. It seems overly snug. Maybe if you believe just Connor is just going to relentlessly jam everything on you, and you're just going to be extremely reluctant to raise the fold there. But I think A7 still needs to get in. Either way, we are going to be on break, four-handed. Connor?
The 5K chips are going away, Tony. What do you see here?
I see a whole lot of Connor running over this table lately. He hasn't had the best of luck in all-ins, but it is his final table to lose at this moment. Dylan, with the recent double up, has certainly bought himself some room, but we'll see if Connor can close this out coming up after the break.
And we're back. Matt Savage here with Tony Dunst. Tony, down to the final 4 players. And a lot of action here with a strange table dynamic, in my opinion, with 1 player with all the chips and 3 players kind of middling and 2 short.
And Connor's certainly taking advantage of the fact that he has all the chips. We've seen a lot of open jamming, even for 30, over 40 blinds effective with Dylan. Battling in the blinds, never really folding anything. We've seen him lived in with stuff like 9-2 offsuit. He's making it very hard on his opponent's lives to try and pick up any chips in between the hands that he plays. So doing a great job with his chip lead, but you know, losing the all-ins that he's played so far.
So as far as Connor, you think that he's a pretty well-studied player? Is that what you're saying here? Or is it just taking advantage of having the big stack?
Elements of his game seem very studied to me. I'd be curious to see if some of the larger jams would hold up. I suspect that some of them at a higher stack depth would not be as approved by a solver's play. But again, you're always making these judgments about your opponents as well. But yeah, I think he's playing his chip lead really well. We love the bet sizing we've seen on the river throughout. His overbets have been very well timed. And for the moment, it is his final table to lose.
Well, let's see. We'll go back to the action now. 4-handed. And Connor Rash with a big chip lead.
And there he goes again, all in on the button.
Dylan folding king 10. 8-7 for Russell. Lets it go. And Connor wins this one. Blinds are now up. We're at 50 and 100. The 5K chips are now off the table.
This is the dream, though, when you've got the wall of chips at a final table and your opponents each have like a little tower. This is why you play poker tournaments, to find yourself in this spot.
This is on a 30-minute delay, Alvaro. But it is live, happening now at BestBet Jacksonville. And here he goes.
Russ,
he's all in.
Yeah,
Russ.
quick call with the ace-8 of hearts. He says it's time.
He's going to like what he sees with the 6-7 of clubs.
This is not the moment in time I want to play an all-in against a 6-7. It just feels too mimetic. How could you win?
Well,
10-5-4 with a club. Beautiful board for the 6-7. Ace-8 does have at least one of the outs. But the 8 on the turn will give this pot with a certainty to Connor and eliminate Russ in 4th chip position. He's going to take home $112,000 for his efforts. Largest career cash.
great score for Russell. Good guy. I've talked to him a bit this week, and happy to see him go deep this week. I'm sure we'll see him again.
Congrats on the final table, Russ. Then there were 3.
And we're up to 150,000 for the next position.
So Byron has accomplished his mission of just outlasting the other short stacks. He came into this final table in 6th and really navigated the short stack well. But now the clear shortest stack, I think, is going to be more willing to gamble than we've seen in the past. We're playing 5,100 with 100K big blind ante, so I think Dylan will probably make a 2 here. That's surprising. That feels like we've kind of stopped playing poker, and I don't think we get to stop playing poker. Wow, and pocket 9s. So Dylan would have heard about it with the King Jack.
Yeah, that is a bit strange of a fold, yeah.
The King Jack?
Yeah.
I do think it's probably too tight. Again, you know, these 3-handed chip scenarios where you're second, you have a little bit of distance between third, and the chip leader is jamming on a lot of your opens, so you like can't really raise call, and you're going to face the all-in a lot, and the chip leader knows to do that to you. You do have to be really snug with your opens, but King Jack probably still a min raise. It just has nice blockers going on.
Connor with ace-7 now.
Yeah, he's definitely all in.
Dylan folds 10-7. Dylan and Connor. How about this? Their favorite player. They both have the same favorite player. Do you know who it is?
Alex Foxen.
No, it is not. It's an interesting one.
Well, who is it?
Ben Wang.
Ben Wang's a pretty awesome dude. Pretty inspiring player.
Yeah.
Hell of a nice guy.
And they must both know who he is and have played with him at some point.
Juliana says Connor is playing like a chip leader that knows how to play, but also knows all the other players are more skilled than him. And that's not a crazy thought, which is he's just like a very good player. He's a studied player, but understands that the two guys he's up against are really accomplished players, like guys who've had awesome careers. And so he's just going to lean any close decision towards an all-in and just take away the post-flop decision-making. I don't know if he's thinking about these kind of things, but it's pretty reasonable.
Byron folds.
A lot of Connor love in the chat, though.
Absolutely. A lot of Russ love as well, too. So congratulations to Russ once again. Happy to see him again. He's actually going to be out at the Wynn World Championship. We'll see him out there. Told him to bring his golf clubs. Maybe we'll get some good weather.
We have been lately. Yeah, I like the King 5 suited fold a lot more than the King Jack Ode. You just have, you know, two quality blockers with the King Jack. Could definitely see folding the King 5, especially against such an uncooperative big blind as Connor. Byron folds. Connor takes a walk. There's our payouts for the three remaining players. 150, 200, and just over 300, plus a seat to the 10K.
Yeah. We're going to win millions more at the World Championship. It's going to be a great event, as it always is. 3 starting days. We have the Prime right before that. $5 million guaranteed. Prime for just an $1,100 buy-in. Can't find a $5 million guarantee.
Remind me, Matt, but I believe that the World Champs is single entry per day?
Single entry per day, yes. That is correct.
It's close to a freeze out as you're going to get these days.
That's about right.
Yeah. All in for Connor with the Jack 9. And, yeah, Dylan having about twice as many chips as Byron is going to have to call very tight in that spot. So I think we will see Connor just mash the same song over and over from the small blind.
He's well over 10 million in chips at this stage. Connor with ace-6.
Yet again, feels like a very natural hand to just move all in with. Dylan has to call extremely tight. And a big blind you're only about 15 blinds effective with, I believe. Not even, 13. So all the more natural to jam, and that's what Connor does. He takes that down. Wonder how many hands in a row he's going to win.
I found it very odd that he has over 700,000 in career earnings, but no wins. No wins of substance. But some very deep runs in big tournaments, so... Maybe the do factor for Connor Rash. Jack 10 suited, folds. Byron with 8 deuce. Also folds. Connor gets a walk here
How
with
many in a row
6,
is that?
7. Now, I don't know how many in a row that is, but it seems like 8. Ever since the break.
Right around there, yeah.
We'll see you out there, Meta John, at the Win. We're going to have karaoke night at Ellis Island. Anybody wants to go out?
King Deuce. More of the same.
Dylan might look him up here.
Yeah, I don't know. You've got Byron like 2.5 X and chips. I don't think you can call off King Queen there. I think you might have to fold Ace Queen or something crazy.
Really?
Depending on the distance between you and Byron. Maybe it's not quite that extreme with the chips distributed the way they are, but if it's like, you know, if you're 4-1 over Byron, you just kind of have to fold everything. If Byron's going to be in the like 10-12 big blind territory. Call aces and kings and
Connor now 8-7.
some other stuff, but not a lot. Not a lot.
All in one more time.
It's got to be like 10 in a row. Putting on
that
an all-in
wasn't
clinic
nice. I
over
thought
here.
it wasn't nice to be a bully these days in 2025.
Yeah, Patrick Plott pointing out that Connor was the #1 ranked player online last year. Yeah, he said that he was proud of the fact that he reached #1 on pocket fives last year, which is quite difficult these days.
I didn't even know
Always has
pocket
been.
5 still existed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dylan out there.
Tough to do living in Florida.
Very. Byron here with the Queen Deuce of Diamonds. Does he feel this hand is good enough? Try and take down the blinds. Make up a little bit of that distance between himself and Dylan. He's going to go with the call. I don't think he's going to see a flop. Unless Connor is worried that Byron's trapping a lot of the time here. In which case maybe he would just use better and worse hands to jam. Yeah, perhaps he does suspect a trap, so he checks. Pretty reasonable hand to check here.
Flop top pair for Byron with queens. Queen Jack 8 flop. 2 hearts for Connor with the hearts in his hand. Does have that flush draw. Byron checks. Check, check.
Certainly a board that should drill Byron's limping range. So I'm not surprised Connor elected to mix in some checks there with the king high flush draw. Now, with the board picking up draws on the turn, does Byron want to start betting here? With the intention to jam clean rivers? No, he's going to check once more. How does Connor feel about his flush draw? He wants to check as well. 9 on the river. Queens of Byron are good.
10 would have been straight. Byron's got to worry about that just a little bit. Byron checking again.
Connor's going to feel so good if he checks behind here, just putting in no money in a spot Byron was never folding. Yeah, he's going to love this.
Byron picks up a small pot there. Very small.
Yeah.
As small as possible getting to the river. Both blinds.
Certainly a change in pace from what we've seen from Connor. All in every previous hand for about 10 hands in a row. Not letting anybody see the flop. Back on Byron.
On that 4-card flop flush, why would Connor not just shove right there?
Well, it's still, he'd be shoving 3x pot, I think. That's a considerable overplay. And as we talked about, that flop texture and turn texture as well really hits the kinds of hands that Byron would limp with some % of the time and try and get to a flop with, like, centered around the 8, 9, 10 jack-ish part of the board, right? And so kind of recognizes that, you know, he's got a hand that is good enough to win over air, has a flush draw, but, like, if he faces a check raise, you know, he's getting the money in bad. It is still 3-to-1 stack to pot ratio. I think there's a lot of other heart flush draws that he would have bet there, like some of the lower ones, some of the combo ones, and even with that one, like maybe he was going to bet some % of the time and he's just randomizing in game. But checking down the king high one intuitively feels like a pretty reasonable one to do it with. He's all in with the king jack suited here, gets 2 fast folds.
He is making, getting some good hands as well.
Always helps.
It always helps. Nickname Crash for Connor Rash. Makes sense.
I like it.
I like it as well, too.
We need more nicknames in poker, like 20 years ago.
Yeah, what happened to your nickname? What happened to James Bond? What happened to that?
Well, I was Bond 18 online for a long time. Now I'm Panoramic online. So now, every now and then, I'll see somebody in real life. They're like, hey, Panoramic, you know? Which is the weird part of being an online grinder. Against some of your opponents, you play against them all the time. You have like this enormous level of familiarity, and it's pretty rare that you ever actually see each other in real life. Byron here with the queen 8, below 10 blinds now. On the button. I think this queen 8 will be not quite good enough to go for it, and he is going to let it go. Connor with 3 deuce. Does he have any folds in him, Matt?
He might have a fold with this one. This might be the one. If he's going to fold any, this might be it. He's looking.
He said F them folds. 300K. And he will take it.
Got you.
Going with the min raise this time, holding 9-5 offsuit. And Byron is going to have some words.
$850 and has left that one chip behind again. And win the spot.
Dylan, the one with ace king this time. He is essentially going to open all in. Should get through cleanly here. Connor with king 3. Byron now with Queen Jack on the button on 12 blinds.
Raise 550 total.
It's going to put about half his stack out there. Both his opponents fold. Ian Sheriff asks, hey Matt, will you answer this please? If there are 3 players in a hand and 1 player is all in on the turn, next player jams and has you covered when you're last to act, can you show your hand?
Reading.
Meanwhile, Connor with the ace queen. See what a min raise are all in this one. Goes with the min raise to 200.
Dylan folds now. Byron with ace deuce.
Byron will not take the bait with the ace deuce.
The answer, Ian, is no. You cannot, as long as there's action still pending and there's multiple players in the pot, you definitely cannot. But when you are heads up, you can show your cards. 3 players, no.
As for our payouts, third, taking home $150K. Second, $200,000. And first, $304,950 plus a seat to the $10,400 World Championship coming up at Wynn. Dylan here with King Queen on the button. How's he play his 20 blind stack? He's going to put the majority of it in the middle. No takers.
No takers. You got it, Landon. Hope to see you out at the Wynn in December. If not Florida before that. Byron now with 6-4 of hearts. Lets it go. Connor with 9 deuce. Raises to 325, Dylan, with ace jack. Make a stand here, Tony?
I think so. Connor's still going to have a lot of raised folds. I think ace jack wants to go for it. No. Dylan opts out there.
That's a good question, Eric. I'm not quite sure when they're doing a drawing for the mystery quest. You know anything about that, Tony?
When the next one is.
The mystery quest drawing.
Mystery quest drawing.
I think that mystery quest, so you have to play.
Oh, that's
play
right.
together.
That one. I know. I don't know what the date is.
Okay.
No. Connor, again, with the type of hand, it seems like he may just move it in here. Yep.
He has gone all in with the king 5. Now Dylan with ace 10.
Well, I think if you won't reshove the ace jack, you can't call off the ace 10.
Does fold.
Out he goes. And Byron will call, though.
Ace king. Byron looking to double up. Get some breathing room here versus the other short stack Dylan.
That ace jack fold is going to feel real good if Byron does bust here. I mean, he wouldn't have gotten called, but some percent of the time you do when you lose.
The flop is a 5, a queen, and a deuce. Byron has been outflawed by Connor with the 5. Connor just running really good here. Turn card coming up. It's a deuce. He's going to need one of the remaining aces, or he's going to be our third place finisher, taking home $150,000. Is Byron Kaverman. And the river card is a 10, and that's going to do it. We're going to lose Byron Kaverman. We are heads up. Byron taking home $150,000. And Connor, with that pot, now has 88% of the chips in play. We're going to take a short break here. Come back for this heads-up match.
Yes. Can we get the clock for us? Yeah.
Okay.
way to the heads up. Second place, taking home $200,000 even. First, $304,950 plus a 10.4K seat to WPT World Championship coming up in December. Starts by calling Jack 6. Faces a sizable raise from Connor. 9-2 to 600K. Nearly 10-1 lead, I believe. You see, he had 88% of the chips in play.
He did. Let's see if Dylan can get back in this. It's come down to two great players, as you know. Connor Crash has been dominating this final table. Did you see the fun fact on the left side? Connor Smith is Dylan's brother, also named Connor, and that's him.
Small world.
Call and a check. King, Queen, 7. Gives both players a pair. Dylan out in front with the top pair.
About 100.
Connor starts the betting at 100. Dylan makes the call. King on the turn. We'll lock this pot up for Dylan.
This is a very likely spot where he could double up, correct?
I wouldn't say that. They still have over 3-to-1 stack to pot ratio. Dylan has 1.5 million.
Check.
And Connor is going to mix bets and checks here on the turn. And when he does bet, I don't think he follows through on the river much at all. When he checks behind, it's going to fold the river some amount, depending on the run out, the bet size he faces. Does check behind here. 10 on the river, certainly not a good card for Connor.
Check. And a check.
Dylan, believing there's more value to be had by checking than betting. Debatable if he would have got a call on that one. Once the 10 lands, it's hard to find a lot of air for Dylan.
Dylan now with queens. Needs to double up a few times here to get even in chips. Maybe 3 times? No, twice. Maybe only twice.
Call.
Makes the call. Connor with 6-5. And I think in the past you've told me that limping on the button is always okay.
And heads up?
And heads up.
Yeah. Especially in big blind ante. You're getting tremendous odds.
Look at that top set again for Dylan. He's had top set of queens here before and does it again with this one.
A lot of limping goes on in the button and heads up. Well, it's a beautiful board for Dylan, but I don't know that he'd get much action from Connor. It was 6 high. This one over quickly. You know what else we announced today is actually WPT Cambodia coming back.
Oh, we did. I didn't see that.
2026. Yes, we made the announcement
What are the dates of that?
I will pull it up for you because I had somebody reach out to me recently and ask about the dates of that event. I went 18 months ago and had a really good time. I guess it's almost 2 years ago now. Very strong turnouts there. Lots of good side events. All right, it will be returning from January 21st to February 9th at Naga World. It's going to be 138 total tournaments with buy-ins ranging from $200 to 20,000 USD.
Oh, nice.
1100 Prime Cambodia Championship, Jan 30th to February 3rd. And the $3,500 WPT Cambodia Championship, February 4th to 9th.
Beautiful. Three deuce on the flop. Dylan with queen high. Connor jack high, 1 diamond on the board. Connor with jack 7 of diamonds in his hand. Check, check. 6 of clubs on the turn. Connor bets 200,000.
Close decision for Dylan.
He lets it go. And the Dolphin trainer wins the pot. Are we buying that story yet or not?
Nah, people are having too much fun with it. I don't buy it.
You don't buy it?
It's too obscure a job.
Well, if he does win, he'll have to ask him in the winner's interview, Tony.
Certainly the favorite now, so I'll keep that one in mind for the winner's interview.
We are on a 30-minute delay. We're Best Bet Jacksonville, the Best Bet Bounty Scramble Championship here. 327 entries started. We're down to heads up, playing for over 115,000 in difference in prize. Jack 8 for Connor. Jack 8 of clubs.
Says check. Says let's go to the flop. Ace Jack 9, middle pair for Connor. Not much here for Dylan. Bet of 100K. I think Connor with his middle pair. Be happy to continue. Does make the call. Another 9 on the turn may slow things down here.
Check. Check.
6 on the river. Gives 2 pair to Dylan, 9s and 6s, but it is Connor's jacks and 9s out in front. Will we try and get value here on this run out? Did I misread the board and the river was a 9? I thought that was a 9 on the turn and then a 6 on the river. It is getting a little late, but I think I might be right about this one. Connor bets 150.
No call. Connor takes this one down. Jackson 9's 2 pair. Dylan in dire need of a double up here. Dolphins, very smart animals.
Very smart animals. Connor, a very smart player who I think will probably just go all in with ace-7 here.
Again, I think you undersell yourself with your heads-up strategy, but I think you were right on here, and once again, you were right.
Yeah. It's just the aspect of poker I've spent the least time looking at, thinking about, practicing, all those things. That's a pretty complicated... Oh, it looks like we have an all-in and a call. It is ace-7 up against pocket 4, so we are flipping for the tournament here. Dylan making the call, a good call with pocket 4s. Connor with the ace-7 needs to improve to take down his first WPT title. Otherwise, Dylan will double up in his quest for his second. Queen 6-3 on the flop.
4's looking good here. 2 cards to come. A 3 on the turn. And the river is a deuce, a double up for Dylan Smith.
1775.
Dylan now over 3 million in chips.
Good.
$3.6 to 12. Another double up. Dylan with 8 deuce. Unlikely to be the hand he gets it with, and he does fold.
Now Connor has led the final table for much of its duration, but he's not actually been that lucky in all-ins. You know, he's gotten it in behind, not in a bad way, a decent amount, just because his opponents were forced to play very tight and waited for good hands to move all in over the top of him. But it's not like he's just been gifted all-in winning luck constantly. A lot of his success at this final table was through his aggression and his excellent bet sizing on the river. Calls here with the 8-6 of clubs.
Dylan says let's play with a 9-3. Flop ace-6 deuce, 2 spades. Check from Dylan. Bet of 100,000 will get it done. Connor wins this. Dylan says he likes to copy Chad Eveslodge's morning routine for Run Good. Pickleball.
I mean, Chad's a crusher, so that is a wise strategy.
Both of these players' favorite player, Ben Wing. So if you're watching Ben.
He does play a lot down in Florida, so it makes sense. Has Ben Wing a Florida guy? Does he live down there?
I don't think so.
Okay. Certainly plays a lot down there. Ben Wang, who had one of the greatest years in tournament poker history, just kind of won everything for a year.
Yeah.
And was, you know, pretty out of nowhere in doing it. He'd had some success here and there before, but I mean, just had a year where he had multiple like 7-figure scores and huge, you know, tough field events. Won a big one at the Borgata. He won a big one win.
Yeah, it was a WPT event, but not a championship event.
Made multiple WPT final tables. Yeah. I mean, this guy just obliterated the fields for a solid year. Every year, the poker gods choose one person to run the Purist. And that's no disrespect to Ben Wang's talent or anything like that, but there's always one person just having a year where you're like, wow, this has got to be the greatest year in poker history. And then you look back and you're like, there's about one a year.
I wonder if Connor would consider this his hometown casino. Let us know if you're out there. And I know his father was playing, I think, 2-5 or 5-10 no limit here yesterday. Connor's raised to 225. Blinds now 50 and 100,000. Dylan with 10-7 of clubs. Makes the call. Flop is 10-7-5. 2 pair for Dylan. Top pair for Connor. Dylan checks. Connor checks. Turn card, the King of Clubs. Dylan bets 700,000. Connor down to 1 time extension chip. He makes the call. River card is a 4. 10s alone for Connor. 10-7, 2 pair for Dylan Smith. Looking to get back in this contest. Connor has been dominating this final table from nearly beginning to end. But now there's a chance for Dylan Smith to get back into this tournament. And a big bet here. 2.1 million is the bet. Dylan with Dylan with 2 pair and Connor with Second pair of tens. Could be using his last time extension. And he has 30 seconds more. He's used all 20 time extensions.
Call.
2.1 million, and he makes the call. And that is going to put Dylan Smith right back in this tournament. 6 million in chips to 9.7, 6.6 to 9.7 in favor of Connor. Any Dylan Smith support out there? Let's hear it in the chat. Tides are turning, says Josh. Connor told me this is his favorite casino as of 5 minutes ago. Let's see if that holds up. I'm sure if he wins this title, it will be. Queen 8 versus 6-5. Queen 8 for Connor, 6-5 for Dylan. Either player suited.
Raise 400,000. 6.5.
And Dylan's been beating Connor his whole life, says Connor Smith. That'll get the pot done here. Connor wins this one. Connor with King 7. King Heart 7 of clubs.
Raise 250.
Raised to 250,000. Dylan makes the call. Flop is 9, 6, and queen. Open and straight draw for Dylan. Both players with a heart in their hand. King 7 in the lead for Connor. 62% on that flop. Bet of 400,000 from Connor Rash. Dylan with the open ender. Turn card's a 9. It's a check from Dylan. And a check back. River card is a 5, making the straight for Dylan. 2.2 million is the bet from Dylan Smith. No call. He ran out of time, and he does not have any more time extensions. Facing a bet, that is an automatic fold. We are using the protection poker action clocks here at Best Bet. Dylan's down to 2 time extensions. Connor at 0. Again, if he's facing a bet, it'll just be a fold. And if he is facing a check, it's an automatic check if he runs out of time. 30 seconds is what they have. Dylan up to 7 million in chips. Connor with just under 9 million. Dylan calls 50,000 and Connor checks his option. 100,000 apiece. Flop king 10-7. Connor with a pair of 7s. Dylan with also a pair of 7s. Queen kicker for Connor. Both players with bottom pair. Connor also has a queen of clubs in his hand with 2 clubs on the flop. Goes check, check. Turn card is an 8. Now an open and straight draw for Dylan Smith, in addition to his pair. Lots of outs here for Dylan. You see above 17 outs. Check, check. River card is a 9. And Dylan Smith with the check mark, 2 pair. Rivers 2 pair. Four cards straight on the board. That could slow down the action here. Dylan may be comfortable just to check here and take it down as it is, but we'll see. Bet's 150. And a raise here from Dylan. Raises to 1 million. No call. Good bet there from Connor. Wins this spot. And Connor increases his chip lead.
60, we're going to drop it down to 30. Again, we're at 30-minute levels. Okay.
This is still 100K for this hand, Art. 50, 100, 100. Raise to 250.
Raise to 250 with Jack 6 for Connor Rash. Dylan makes the call. Jack 9 versus Jack 6. Flop is Queen 8 deuce, 2 spades. Bet of 250 from Connor Rash.
Dylan with the gut shot. No spade in his hand, but clearly too much hand to fold here. Just gonna call. I think with a spade in his hand, he would mix in some raises, maybe even without, but usually going with the call.
Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Not the most inspiring card to barrel for Connor. He's got no draw if he is up against an 8 or a queen. Doesn't really, I mean, up against a queen, he has no outs. Some of the hands that peel the flop are backdoor diamonds that aren't going to fold turn. Yeah, he does check behind there.
3 on the river. Jack 9 is the best hand if it gets through that way. Out of position, however.
Dylan bombing it. Really trying to sell the idea that he has the queen. Betting a little under 1.5x pot.
Bluffing with the best hand.
Yeah, bluffing with the best hand. His opponent does not have a decision there.
75,000 small blind, 125,000 big blind, everyone.
Sounds like the blinds are going up as well. So quite a turn in this heads-up match. And Dylan was down almost 10-1 to lead off. Now drawing close to even. Seven-3 offsuit for Dylan on the button here. Goes to 250. Here's now the min raise. Connor with 8-6 will take a flop. Ace Jack 9. Not much for anyone here, so really first guy to bet usually takes it, and that's most likely to be Dylan.
Bet of 125 from Dylan Smith. Connor lets it go. Connor with 9-8 offsuit. looking for his first WPT title. Dylan Smith already has one from last year. He'll be going back to Florida, South Florida, Seminole Hard Rock, the Rock and Roll Poker Open to try and go back-to-back. Flop is 10-7-5. Two pair for
flop.
Dylan Smith. Open and straight draw for Connor Rash.
With the backup spade. Check, check on the flop.
There it is, a straight on the turn for Connor Rash.
Certainly now with the bottom two, I'm going to start building this pot. Check from Dylan, so perhaps going for a check raise? Which may be unfortunate because if he leads and he gets raised, I think he'll probably just go into calling mode. But if he check raises here, I feel like the pot could really blow.
A small bet here, 150. Dylan down to 2 time extension chips. Connor has 0. Oh, he does make a big raise here.
Whoa, it's an enormous raise. I mean, he like put in
1.2
200% pot. This is a disaster for Dylan. If he makes it like 600K or something, he might avoid going. I still don't think he's going to go broke. What does Connor want to do here? He's got a spade and a heart in his hand. He's going to 3-bet here, 3.5.
My goodness.
Now what? I mean, this hand has come suddenly massive. Dylan think Connor ever does this with combo draws? And how often does he do it?
Down to 1 time extension.
He's all in,
all
and
in.
that could be it, Matt.
Yes. Oh.
Wow. There was only 450K in the pot going to the turn, and 7.5 million got in. Nearly 20x pot. I don't see that every day.
Gonna do it.
King on the river. Connor Rush is our champion. The man who did not have a title to his name changes that tonight at Best Bet here in Jacksonville. Takes home over $300,000 plus a seat to the WPT World Champs. Gets his name on the Mike Sexton Champions Club right alongside Dylan.
It was a very interesting table, Tony. I felt like he was in control of this table most of the time, but then Dylan came back and almost got even in chips, but that hand's going to do it for us. A straight on the turn for Connor Rash, and he is our champion here at WPT Best Bet Jacksonville.
Well, thanks for hanging with me in the booth. This long final table here today. A very entertaining one, though, here at Best Bet. We've had a great time, our time in Jacksonville. I want to thank all of you at home for watching and following along with us. Till next time, thanks for watching the WPT.
Thank you very much.